Good morning. I said good morning. I'm so glad to see all y'all. It's so good to see you. As we get started, any of you who would prefer to experience the symposium in Spanish, if you haven't already, please go to the back corner table to get the headsets. And now I want to introduce our interpreters from a community language cooperative. So if I could ask Jennifer Vallejo and Alejandro Arriata to come up and explain, talk about language justice and how we will be doing our interpretation today. Thank you.
All right, good morning, everybody. Buenos días.
Buenos días.
Oh, this crowd is we're waking up. All right, breakfast was good. Awesome. Well, thank you so much for having us. My name is Alejandro with Community Language Cooperative. Today and for the following days, we're going to be with a team of language justice practitioners. In this space, we really want to submerge you into language justice, introduce it to you if you're not familiar with it, and give you a little more practice if you are. Awesome. So we're actually going to be providing interpretation equipment for everyone who's not fully bilingual in English and Spanish. There may be other languages in the space that we want to honor, and we encourage you to speak them and interpret for yourselves if possible. However, we will be here for English and Spanish specifically. On our team, we have Itzel, who is on the mic interpreting right now into English. We have Lynette, who is in the back interpreting for our online portion. We have Diana as well, and Jennifer, who is helping us with all of the admin fun backdoor stuff. All right, and I'm going to actually invite folks who are monolingual English speakers to also get an equipment piece. Throughout the day, there may be questions and comments in Spanish, and we want to make sure that every word is valued and respected and honored, and we want to make sure that folks are able to participate in the language of their heart. So if you're not fully bilingual in English and Spanish, you do need a headset. And later on, when we break out into sessions, there will be some sessions that will be bilingual, so you'll need it for then as well. So we encourage you to prepare and to have that ready. And then I'm going to switch into Spanish and give us those instructions. Everybody has their equipment? Yeah, so the equipment is on the table in the back. This long table, if Diana and Lynette, if you can raise your hands in the back. So if you see two hands raised in the back, we have interpretation equipment available. And if you have other friends, colleagues sitting next to you, you can just send one person and bring back a couple of pieces of equipment for your table. That would also help us be a little bit quicker. Perfect. And just for time's sake, as we get in line for that interpretation equipment, I'm going to go over how to put it on. So once you have that, we can get going. So the headset is just one headphone. It does open, it's left or right. Padding goes on the inside. Plastic piece goes right behind your ear. The easiest way to use the interpretation equipment when we're in a bilingual space is to keep on your headphone and simply plug it in at the top. If you don't plug it in all the way, you won't hear it. If we're speaking in the language of your heart, then you can just simply leave it a little unplugged, listen to the original speaker, and whenever the language changes to where you do need or prefer the interpretation, then you can simply plug in your headphone all the way to the bottom, and you're quickly going to continue being part of that conversation. Does that make sense? If you need to increase the volume, arrow to the right, decrease volume, arrow to the left. In this space, it is a large space, so if you see any interpreters doing this, or you see anybody else doing this, that means there's interference. If you're listening to the interpretation and it's cutting out, there's a ticking noise, things like that, go ahead and just do this, and then we interpreters know, all right, we need to go troubleshoot or figure out whatever that issue is with the technology. Yeah? If we're speaking too fast, you might see the interpreters or someone else do this. This means just stretch it out a little bit for us. Spanish can be 15 to 25% longer than English, so it does take us a few more seconds. So if you see us doing this, just get comfortable with your pace. Yeah? If we do this, if we point at our ear, that means we cannot hear you. Sometimes we like to use a mic all the way down here, and it's really, really hard to hear. And you can imagine why it's difficult to interpret that way. So make sure you put it right up to your mouth and you speak nice and strongly, even with a mic. Yeah? Awesome. Well, we're going to be in the back. If you have any questions, please let us know. We're going to continue bugging you about language justice so that we can all make sure this is a great experience, an equitable experience where everybody can participate in the language of their heart and fully be here. Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you. Thank you, Alejandro. And thank everyone for participating in this because it's important. And I love the concept of the language of your heart, that everyone should be able to participate, live, enjoy life in the language of their heart. And we're very happy to be to have that as one of our commitments. Next, I want to invite Olga Gonzalez to the stage. Olga is the executive director of Cultivando and is the proud descendant of indigenous Yaqui and Otumi people who survived European land theft, Mexican slavery, and forced relocation. She was born in Monterrey, Nuevo Leon, Mexico, and grew up in Los Angeles. She considers herself a child of the Mother Earth and makes her home wherever she plants her roots and her prayers. She has 3 amazing children that she's also raising to be passionate and compassionate warriors for social justice. We take this time to do land acknowledgement because whenever you're in someone else's home, you always respect it. You always acknowledge it. And wherever we go in this land we call the United States, we're in someone else's home. So we want to take that opportunity for the acknowledgement. Thank you, Olga.
Adesi Nanitoka Olga Gonzalez. Good morning. My name is Olga Gonzalez. I'm honored to have been asked to share land acknowledgement at this year's Health Symposium. The words I will share are a collective voice and not just my own. I'm no one special, but I've inherited teachings from my elders, and so it is with humility I share this honoring with you today. I'm burning some copal, which in my tradition is used to unite the circle. Wherever we are, that is the intention we're setting. In starting today, I ask permission of and give thanks to the ancestors, to Creator, to the 4 sacred directions, and to our Madre Tierra. I want to offer gratitude to the Cheyenne and Arapaho tribes, as well as the Ute, Apache, and all other original peoples who called Colorado their home. As an indigenous Yaqui Otomi woman with roots in what is now Mexico and Arizona, I am also a guest here and want to acknowledge and honor the ancestors of this place. I also want to acknowledge and honor the land itself for providing, for sustaining, and for being the example of how we must live in relation to one another. I honor the ceremonies and prayers that happened here in this place. I honor the traditional names and languages that were once spoken here, the teachings that took place here. I honor the indigenous people who still exist here. By acknowledging our presence, we are a testament to the strength and the resilience of our ancestors and the pride of our people. We all share a historical wound. We must acknowledge the harm that has been caused here in its many forms, whether through genocide, land theft, forced removal, boarding schools, systemic racism, and erasure. By acknowledging these things, we begin to heal. And although we cannot change history, we can create our future. By healing the land, we also heal our relationships to each other. By taking action to address the systemic issues that harm indigenous people today, we begin to demonstrate our commitment to righting the wrongs of the past and to changing the status quo. Gracias, Tlazocamati. Thank you, Creator, for another day of life and for bringing us together for this time to root ourselves collectively to do our trabajo, our work in community today. I thank each of you for being here, and may you all have a blessed day and enjoy the rest of this symposium. Ometeo.
Thank you. Will the sage- You have no idea how happy I am to see all of you. It's been a long 2.5 years, right? So, find somebody near you and high five them, hug them, shake their hand, something, just say, I'm so glad to see you. Say we made it. We made it. Some of us a little raggedy in how we made it through, but we made it through, even though it's not all completely over yet. Hopefully we've made it through the worst part. And it would be not honest to also to recognize and talk about the folks who did not make it through with us these last couple of years. So if you lost someone to COVID, a family member, a coworker, a neighbor, a loved one during COVID, due to COVID, please stand. Wow. And if you lost someone during these last 2.5 years stay standing for a minute. If that wasn't due to COVID, but because of COVID, you couldn't gather to honor them, join the folks that are already standing. Wow. So while we celebrate that we came through, let's take a moment of silence to recognize and honor and lift up our loved ones who did not. Thank you. Please be seated. The loss is almost overwhelming. These past 2 years have been more than overwhelming, and we're so glad we could come together, as many of us that can. And over half of you are new. Over half of you are new to the Colorado Health Symposium. So to you, I say, welcome home, because I think by the end of the 3 days, you'll feel like you're home. And to those of you who've been with us for multiple symposiums, welcome back. So you can renew relationships. Hopefully this space will give you an opportunity to be renewed, rejuvenated, lifted up, and fired up. So I've got a few slides I want to go through. So because so many of you knew, I wanted to just give you just a quick background of who we are as a foundation. Our vision is that every person, every family, every community across Colorado can say we have all we need to be healthy. And so what our work is around trying to bring health in reach for everyone, particularly those for whom it is the furthest from reach. And COVID made it almost seem even further from reach for so many folks. The 3 things that guide everything we do is that we do everything with the intent of creating health equity. We are committed to being in service to, for, and with Coloradans who have less power, less privilege, less income, and those who, and we prioritize Coloradans of color. And I'll talk about that in a moment. And then we're informed by those very communities that we want to serve and help lift up and help them bring health and reach for themselves. And as we go through these few days, you'll see evidence of all three of these things. And so those of you that don't know us that well, or those of you that do know us, we've decided this evening we're going to do a pop-up town hall. So it'll be from 7 to 8 in Gray's Peak room, which is on one of the main hallways, so that some of the things I'll share this morning I won't have time to go into detail with. You can come and ask questions about it, hear more about it, ask your own questions about the work of the Colorado Health Foundation. Happy to provide that space. We just don't have the time to do it in this form because we have so much to offer you. All right, so we haven't seen you since July of 2019. So what have we been up to in that time? We've been up to the same stuff you've been up to. We, March 10th or whatever day it was when the world shut down, we shut down. We were among the privileged who were able to do our work from home and work virtually. Some of you had that same privilege, and many of you did not. Many of you frontline workers had to continue to go and serve your clients, your patients, your guests, and we thank you for that because we know you put yourselves in harm's way not to do that. So we're working from home, and I have to tell you, it wasn't just working from home. We have an organization with a lot of parents. So it wasn't just you're trying to work from home, you're trying to have daycare at home, you're trying to be school teacher at home, school teacher, bus driver, lunch lady, everything. Those of you that have young children that were at home, I bow down to you because I don't know how you did it. And if you were a single parent, I really don't know how you did it because you were doing triple, quadruple duty. So it wasn't just as simple as for me with children who are pretty much out of the house to just work from home. Or as my therapist explained to me, I wasn't working from home, I was living at work. And that was not healthy, but I never figured that out. I was not one of those people who, people took up knitting and they painted and they learned to cook. Every habit I developed during COVID was dysfunctional. Did not serve me well, still paying for it. But I hated it. Hated it, and developed all kinds of bad habits. And that was part of my struggle during COVID. And I know for every person in here, we've got a different story of a different struggle. So then we had the murder of George Floyd in the summer of 2020, and then the racial reckoning that began across the country. Then also in 2020, we had a little election. Then right at 2021, we had an insurrection that we're learning more and more about now. In the meantime, housing prices just kept doing this, and inventory did this, right? As I talk to so many of you that are executive directors of nonprofits or CEOs of nonprofits, the housing crisis hit you square in the face because of your staff. You not being able to pay them enough to afford to live nearby. Them getting pushed further and further and further out, or leaving. Leaving because of burnout. Leaving because the cost of living was too high. Leaving because some other organization could pay them 40% more than you were able to. And all of those things have impacted all of us. So it's not just what happened to us individually with COVID, it's what happened in the world around us. And now we got a war. It's not our war, but everything's connected. So of course, the war with Ukraine and Russia is affecting us. Just read yesterday that Russia's now cut off all the oil supply to the UK, to the UK. So they're trying to figure out how they're going to get through the winter with less oil. So, and all of that is a ripple effect on us. So what we've been up to is trying to manage this and trying to keep our eye on our strategic direction of health equity through racial justice. But one of the things we were able to do during COVID is we've deepened and finalized our deepening of our equity agenda. So instead of having a broad equity agenda, we did move to an agenda of health equity through racial justice. Happy to talk more about that tonight at the town hall, but I want to spend a minute on this with everyone here, because the number one question we get, what do you imagine the number one question we get is what? Why are you focusing on race? When there's so many other areas of disparity. There's gender disparity, there's LGBTQ, there's rural and urban, on and on and on, folks living with disabilities. And all of those things are true. But the reason we have chosen to focus on racial justice is because there is the centrality of race. So if you want to work on the greatest inequities, name it, the greatest inequities in education, the biggest gaps are amongst people of color. If you want to work on the greatest equity in healthcare, the biggest gap is amongst people of color. If you want to talk about women and children, the biggest gaps are amongst women and children of color. LGBTQ, the biggest gaps, the greatest inequities are amongst LGBTQ of color. So there is the centrality of race. So that is why we focused on health equity through racial justice. Now, the next question I won't go into as deeply now, but I'm happy to talk about tonight, is we are in Colorado, and particularly rural Colorado, where the population is predominantly white. Have you forgotten about white folks who live in with low income? And the short and emphatic answer is absolutely not. And don't have time to go into that now, but hopefully if you want to talk about that tonight at the town hall, we'll be happy to do that. Then we also, one of the things, as we were kind of pressure testing, let me back up for a moment. These are the areas that we think we can have a role in disrupting systemic racism. We are not naive enough to think that philanthropy in general or the Colorado Health Foundation in particular can eliminate systemic racism. But we know we have a role to play. So these are the areas in which we think we are uniquely able to have a niche in helping all of you advance the work you're doing in racial justice. And you'll see evidence of that, or of these levers in the content that we're going to have the next few days. But as we were pressure testing these concepts with many of you, part of the feedback we got was, well, how are you going to hold yourself accountable to this? How are we going to know, and how are you going to know if you're living up to what you're promising? So we decided, okay, we're going to make some public accountabilities. And these are the 7 public accountabilities we've made around the makeup of our staff, the makeup of our board, where we invest the 95% of the money that we don't distribute every year, having a great portion of that money managed by women and people of color investment firms or in key decision-making roles, that half of our funding would be to programs serving at least 50% people of color. And back to the question about, have you forgotten about white folks? Well, if 50% are going to organizations that serve 50% people of color, where's the other 50% going? Right, to organizations that aren't serving 50% people of color. So that's part of the accountability. So you can see these accountabilities that we're holding ourselves accountable to. And we started in December this year. We post, on our website, it's under the About Us section. I think it's called Holding Ourselves Accountable. So we are publishing these data against these 7 accountabilities annually. So these are just some examples of what you'll see. But we will update that at the end of every year. It's available for anyone to take a look at. So we want you to know the things that we're going to be holding ourselves accountable to. So that's kind of what we've been up to. So now that brings us to today. So why are we talking about the status quo has got to go and changing the game? It's exhausting. It's frustrating. It's futile to play a game that's designed for somebody else to win. Right? So we want to change the game. We want to change the game to make it so that everyone has a chance to win the game. And that's the game of good health. That's the game of good access to education, access to all the things that we need to create a healthy community and a healthy life. So that's what we're going to focus on. What are some of the ways we can disrupt the current systems, dismantle them, and then begin to rebuild them? That's what this is about. That's what we want to focus on. So what to expect? Now, one of the things that, particularly over the last 2 years, we have heard time and time again from lots of people is we can't wait to get back to normal. Well, the Colorado Health Foundation is not trying to get things back to normal, and I don't believe you are either, because normal wasn't so great for the people we exist to be in service to start with. So why would we want to help anyone get back to a state that wasn't positive? So we want to help create the new normal with you and your communities to create a normal that's worth missing, that's worth wanting to get back to. So we're not going to spend a lot of time talking about how do we get back to normal. We're going to be talking about how do we get to the new normal? How do we get to the normal of the changed game? So we haven't been together in 2.5 years. A lot has happened in the world in 2.5 years. And so we have to adapt to that in some ways. So we want this to be an inclusive space, inclusive of lots of viewpoints. I'm sure you will hear some things between now and Friday to which you will be nodding your head vigorously or snapping. You may hear some things that you go, I hadn't thought about that before, I need to think about that. You may hear some things that make you go, ouch. It's like, were they talking, did they know I was going to be here? That they were talking directly to me? And there may be some things you go, I don't agree with that. That's okay. That's what happens in an inclusive environment. You welcome all of those opinions, and you listen deeply to those opinions, particularly those that may be different from yours, because there's probably something in there for you to learn, or at least take away. So we want this to be safe. This is the first time many of you have been in a group this large since March of 2020. And so take care of yourself, whatever that looks like. If you need to stand up, stand up. If you need to get outside and take a walk, take a walk. For me, I usually take a nap right before we come back for the evening session. That's my version of self-care. So whatever you need to do to make yourself comfortable and enjoy this space together. Patience and grace. We have not done this for 2.5 years. We're not rusty, but we haven't done it in 2.5 years. But I will, as an example, I'll say when we did our first board meeting back in person after 2 years, it was like the muscle memory for holding a board meeting had gone. We had to think about everything that we used to didn't have to think about. And we were all, every time it was, oh, we forgot to charge the mics during lunch because they'll run out in the afternoon. So we have a fabulous team, but we're getting our muscle memory back. So be patient with us, be patient with each other, give us all some grace. That's all any of us can ask for, some grace. And then we're focused on health and well-being. A few things this year. So out this door, at the end of this hall, there's a chill lounge. It's just a place you can go and hang out. If you want to color, you can color. If you want to sit there we got some poppets that you buy your kids and your grandkids. You can sit there and play with the poppets. There are lots of things to just go and just kind of, bring your blood pressure down. There's a Connection Cafe, which is on this end of the hall, and this is a place that's an interactive space. So there may be questions. It's for you to go and kind of give your comments, your ideas on some questions that are there. And then there's the empathy booth. It's a space for just 2 people. And it's for 2 people to go and sit and engage with each other deeply. There are some conversation starters there. You can pick somebody you don't know and go together, or you can just go sit there and wait for somebody to join you. And then get to know someone new at a level that's beyond, ooh, it's hot, isn't it? Or I'm so glad it's not raining. Something beyond that. So we have those spaces available for you. And because of the world we live in, we, as an abundance of caution, you had to provide your vaccine status or negative COVID test when you checked in. We want everyone to wear your mask when you're in this building, unless you're actively eating or drinking. And we're not going to police you. We're going to ask you to police yourselves. Police your neighbor. Just say, oh, you forgot to wear it. You don't have your mask on. So be gentle. But we want everyone to do that. You will notice that there are some of the hotel staff who are not wearing masks. I think all the food service people are. But their policy is to follow local policy, which is mask optional. So you'll see some Keystone Resort staff that won't be wearing a mask. You got a box of 2 COVID tests when you arrived. We ask everyone on the honor system, tomorrow morning before you come in, take a COVID test. If you test negative, come on over. If you test positive, there's a email on our website. It's CO Health Symposium at coloradohealth.org. Email them, let them know, and then they'll follow up with you to move on to the next steps. But don't come over if you test positive. Stay put till somebody contacts you. And my name badge, which I am not wearing at this moment because it clinks around and messes with the microphone. But part of is everyone wear your name badge, and we know you belong here, because this is a very accessible building. We only want the people in this building who have registered and who have been invited to attend. Those of you who've been here before, it's just that whole corridor is just a whole wall of windows and doors. In the past, all of those doors would be open, would be unlocked. This year, because of the world we live in, unfortunately, we had to think about this. There are only a few doors that are open from the outside. I think they're the doors that are directly in front of the registration area. You need to come in through those doors. Now, you can get out through any door, but we're limiting the access to a few doors that's always being watched. And again, unfortunately, hate that we have to think about those kinds of things, but in this world we do. And then no weapons. It's one of those things that she kind of goes without saying, but again, in this day and age, you may have to say it. So today we've got some plenary this morning. And because it's about game changers, we wanted to do more there. So there'll be several panels in the morning instead of just one plenary person. We'll have some plenary speakers, but there'll also be some panels that are a mixture of both local Colorado folks and some national folks, because we want to give you the perspective of what's happening in our state in the game-changing space and what's happening nationally that we can draw from and learn from. After that, we have lunch, then our afternoon exchange sessions this afternoon, and then we have Zumba that Kathy Phelps is going to be running for us, and Olga is going to be doing a healing circle for us. The opening reception is at 6 tonight, 6 to 7:30, and we'll have the town hall from 7 to 8. So I think I'm going to look to my team to say, did I miss any of the kind of detail I needed to share with folks? Okay, I got a thumbs up, okay. So again, enjoy being back together. Be safe with each other. Be safe with one another. I think we will, as I said, we will provoke you in some ways. Sometimes we'll affirm or reaffirm what you're already doing and thinking. We may challenge what you're doing and thinking, but it's all in the service of learning and changing the game so that everyone has a chance to win. So with that, I'm going to turn it over. I think we might be running a few minutes ahead, which means we're on schedule, since we started late, and invite Jahan Benton-Clark up to the stage, who's going to introduce our next portion of the program. Jahan is our Senior Director for Advancing Equity and Justice, and we are delighted and sad. We've loved Jahan, and her husband got this wonderful job that requires them to move to Atlanta. So we'll be losing Jahan later this year. And I just said, it gave me one more thing to worry about. You know, we have not been exempt from the Great Resignation. And so now with the situation with her and Damien, it's like, okay, now I don't have to just worry about my people being poached. I got to worry about their spouses and partners being poached. So it just gave me something else to worry about. But we're glad to have her here today, and Jahan, I'll turn it over to you.
Well, good morning. Now, it's after 9 o'clock, so y'all are supposed to be awake now. Good morning. Well, we are excited to be with you all this morning for a great panel, a juicy panel around making our own rules. So the theme of today is really about the game within and focusing on us at an individual level. And so we want to kick this day off and jump right into a discussion around how we've been making our own rules. And so I'm excited to have with me today Z. Williams, they, them, Shirley Romero Otero, she, her, Courtney Ozaki, she, her, and Reagan Bird, she, her. So we are going to invite you all. There will be some note cards floating around, and as you have questions, please write them down, and CHF staff will be moving around and grabbing those, handing them to me, and I will try to integrate them in during this conversation this morning. Why do I have my mask on? I was like, I am fogging up. I'm like, what is happening? I still got my mask on. All right, nobody told me. So our staff will collect them. We'll try to integrate it into our conversation this morning, and then we'll save some time at the end to be able to read some of those questions to our panelists as well. So we're going to jump right in, and I'm going to ask you all to tell us a little bit about who you are and who your people are, why you do this work in service of your communities, and who is your community. And I will ask you to kick us off, Z.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Z. Williams. I am an artist, an activist, a rabble-rouser, and recently graduated from law school. I've been an organizer for longer than I've not been an organizer. I'm a parent of 5 kids, and I have many, many animals, including goats and chickens and ducks, on my little urban project in Lakewood, Colorado. And I am born to a working-class family in Inglewood, where several generations of my family lived before me.
Buenos dias, good morning. My name is Shirley Romero Otero. I come from El Valle de San Luis, from the community of San Luis, the oldest community in the state of Colorado. I am a mother, I am a grandmother, I am a longtime Chicana activist. I am Mexican, of course, but I identify as Chicana. I have been a teacher for 30 years, this year being my last year in the classroom. Most of my career was in Grand Junction, Colorado. I work with graduation and retention and parental involvement. I've been a longtime community activist. Most of my social justice issues, my life has been consumed with land grant issues in regaining access to the Sangre de Cristo land grant that took all but 40 years to regain, longest case in the Colorado courts, in the country. I still do lots of community work. I run 2 nonprofit organizations. My focus now is working with youth in growing healthy food in the community of San Luis and the surrounding Culebra villages. Thank you for the invitation to be here and share my experiences with you today. Bienvenidos a la comunidad que viene de Steamboat Springs, tan lejos. Mucho gusto de ver esos que no hablan inglés, que estén aquí en el cuarto con nosotros. Que les vaya bien.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Courtney Ozaki. I am a second-generation Coloradan and a Sansei and Yonsei, third and fourth generation Japanese American, born and raised in Colorado. And I come here by way of my ancestors. My grandparents on both sides of my family came to Colorado following World War II as a place where they could rebuild following being incarcerated in Poston, Arizona, and in Crystal City, Texas. I am a founder of an organization called the Japanese Arts Network. It is an organization I founded to cultivate connection through Japanese philosophies and principles, to support and catalyze change that supports minority communities, as well as other communities that are disadvantaged through Japanese cultural connection. And I'm also an artist. I'm a Japanese taiko drummer and a creative producer working in the arts.
Hello, my name is Reagan Bird. I'm an anti-oppression speaker, trainer, activist, and consultant. I am the founder and principal consultant of Reagan Bird Consulting. I am a Black queer cis woman who has lived in Colorado since I was about 6 months old. Both of my parents are from Iowa. My dad is from Waterloo, and my mom is from Des Moines. Both sides of my family are descendants of enslaved peoples, and my parents moved when, again, I was about 6 months old, to Colorado from Iowa when they both worked for IBM. And I've met lots of Black folks actually in Colorado who moved here specifically to work for IBM in the 80s. I have one cat, and that's my only kind of caregiving responsibilities right now. I had 2. My older cat, Onyx, passed away a couple months ago. She was 19. And I don't know what else I want to say, so let me just stop there. Thank you.
So, Reagan, I'll turn back to you to kick this off, but I'd like for you all to share with us what you think are the persistent issues that are facing us as a community or us as a sector.
I think, well, let me first preface this by saying, I've been in the nonprofit world for about 14 years in Colorado, so doing administration, operations, communication, some HR, and working for various organizations like the Bell Policy Center, the Arc of Jefferson County, Hunger Free Colorado, and most recently I was at the Colorado Nonprofit Development Center before I went full-time with Reagan Bird Consulting. I think the nonprofit sector really has to reconcile with the fact that we have not done our duty dismantling oppressive systems. We have certainly made folks' lives better. We have certainly provided resources to folks, but we have not solved the roots of the problems that we say that we understand and that we actually want to intervene on. The continuous transformation of systemic racism, and in the case of Black folks, we went from enslavement to segregation to now the current criminal legal system. Indigenous folks and the continual denial of resources, the continual social and geographic isolation, the robbery of resources continuing to happen on indigenous land. I could go on, and that's only talking about racism, and we have sexism, and we have discrimination against LGBTIQA folks, and we have sizeism, and we have so many other oppressive systems that, again, we have not transformed the structural nature of these oppressive systems. And the nonprofit sector really needs to come to recognize that we have not done that, and I haven't seen the sector both recognize that and then actually make plans, strategic plans, et cetera, to dismantle oppressive systems. So I'm always reminded of a Malcolm X quote that I'll share, and I'm paraphrasing, but, and keep in mind Malcolm X's vantage point. He was looking at, in the 50s and 60s, his vantage point was slavery ended 100 years ago, yet look at where the Black community is. So he said, no one can show me the material gains that the Black community has gotten. We have literally been stolen from over and over again, our lives, our resources, et cetera. And everyone says we're working on this, but no one can show me materially what the Black community has actually gained. That's what I want the nonprofit sector to think about. And we have so many tools and strategies. We have emergent strategy. We have the nonprofit industrial complex. We have white supremacy culture. We have so many tools and information where lots of people have named what the problem is and said, y'all need to fix this. And then we go to boardrooms and we go back to our office and we're just like, okay, so how are we gonna keep doing the same thing we've been doing? Okay, how are we gonna make more money? Okay, how are we gonna hire the same folks we've been hiring? So I don't see the fundamental structural changes, and we have not done our duty. We have not done our due diligence. And I want everyone in this room to think about that, to say, have we really transformed and changed how we do our work? I don't think we have, and I think it's urgent. It is urgent that we do so, given the types of problems that we have. Thank you.
My turn? Okay. Yes, I agree with everything you said, Reagan. I think that it's also a pipeline issue, and I think that there are a lot of barriers to access. I'm coming from an arts perspective, but I think, we don't see people of color in leadership positions in arts institutions, and we also are not, I was talking to Z earlier, I think we're not, what they're doing is really incredible because they're going into the community, and I think we're not meeting people where they're at. And I think that's critical. I know I heard somebody else speaking from Colorado Health Foundation at a recent Arts and Society session, because I'm really grateful I was able to receive a grant for a program that I'm doing called Stories of Solidarity right now about the 5 Points community in Denver and about how redlining and oppression and segregation brought communities of color together to find resilience in a time of hardship. And what she was saying was that the Colorado Health Foundation is recognizing now that there are often grants that are only available to people who have 501c3 status. And oftentimes the people who are in need of this funding and financial support don't have access to even knowing how to go about reaching out to a fiscal sponsor or starting a nonprofit. So I think that, I think there's a lot of work to be done there, and I think this is the first step, is us having these conversations.
Well, I think it's pretty obvious that I'm the oldest member on this panel. So let me give you a little bit of history. I am a product of the Chicano movement. I'm a product of the civil rights movement. Yes, at the tail end of that, but nonetheless, that is where I got my education and learned how to become an organizer. But not only that, as a woman of color, as a brown woman of color, who some people still believe we have our place, and as a mother of 4 daughters, made sure that was not passed down. I realized that some of the issues that nonprofits had back in the day, we still have today. Some of the gains that we have made have been that nonprofits are now getting funded a little bit more than we were back in the 70s and 80s and 90s, where we no longer have to do the Tomale fundraisers to be able to do what we got to do, but nonetheless, we still do that. Walking into this facility this morning, as I see my colleague Rosa sitting in the back, we spent decades through the statewide coalition, another nonprofit, doing conferences for parents and youth. This place would get packed, and we would be here for days preparing packets for youth and adults to be able to change the inequities in education. I have spent most of my life doing equitable work in education, K through 12, K through college, and in the land grant struggle, both in New Mexico and in Colorado. And any other social justice issue that was thrown our way, for example, making English the official language of the state of Colorado, which it did pass. And I want you to know that it passed because all of you Bronco fans, most of those Bronco folks signed that petition. So we care more about Broncos than we do about what's happening. But the issue with nonprofits, I think, is we've made gains, absolutely, because looking at the statistics and the data that this organization put out in terms of members who are in attendance here. So a lot more organizations. But I'm gonna be real honest with you. I've been doing this work for nearly 45 years, since I was 21. Today I'm 66, about to be 67 in a couple of weeks. And I'll continue doing this work as long as I'm mobile and I have my mind that can do this and can be of assistance. So I have lots of experience in many arenas, but most of my work has been done in the trenches. So when I look at the issue of nonprofits, and I look at what we gained back in those days and what we have lost up to this point, it starts from the federal government on down. And I know what it cost me and others, and still has today, with the FBI and the CIA and all of those organizations that always tend to get involved in stifling the work that we do. So when I speak to young organizers and they ask what my greatest fear is for them, and that is being labeled what we now call a domestic terrorist. I was a radical back in the days. No one called me Shirley. They'd say, oh, ahí viene esa, there comes that radical. But you know what? I wear that label proudly, even to this day, because what that word means is I want change, and I want it yesterday, and I still do, right? But look at all the gains that we've made, and look at everything that we've lost. I don't want anybody to go to jail and have to spend time behind bars like Leonard Peltier has done, simply because he happened to be there and happened to protect what was happening in South Dakota. My eyes were opened when I went to Standing Rock at the most critical, most violent times of the Standing Rock project. That was led by youth. I see young people. I see the interpreters. You know, the fact that we're having interpretation simultaneously is wonderful. So my brothers and sisters que hablan español can understand what's happening and not just go back and report to your organization, I was there, but I really didn't understand what happened. So I think some of our failures have been that we are not as vocal as we need to be. The fact that we as women lost the right to legal abortion should have us all up in arms, all of us, whether you agree with abortion or not, because that is a health issue. And one of the things that we have gained is under the health umbrella, you can include all of these things. So we have to be bold. And when we see things happening by the stroke of a pen by rich white men who don't know nothing about anything about our needs, our wants, our desires, our rights, then the only way to listen, the only way to change the systems of oppression, whether it's in employment, housing, education, is to have the masses of the people out in the streets. And the other thing that needs to happen that has never happened, and I cannot understand why, is that indigenous folks, that black folks, that brown folks, that women, that poor white folks, that the LGBTQ community, and any other oppressed group in this country get together and go to the streets and demand and sit at the table various ways of doing what has to be done. One last thing. To those of you that are funders in this room, to those of you that are policymakers and sit at the table and decide what's good for me and everyone else, include us. Come to my community. What happens in my community is very different from other parts of the state, only because we are the oldest community with the oldest water rights. Our biggest threat in my community is water. Without water that wants to be shipped over here to Douglas County, over our dead body is that going to happen. And I mean that literally. We will not lose our water, because if we do, we die as a community. So what needs to happen? Stand up, speak up. And just because the problem isn't on your doorstep, it's just a matter of time. If I'm oppressed, you're all oppressed. If the black community is oppressed, we're all oppressed. If the indigenous community with the Pope in Canada, sin vergüenza, and no disrespect to those of you who are Catholic, but the fact that the Pope is in Canada apologizing, forgive us for the deaths of those children is not enough. Stand up, speak up. What are you afraid of?
How do you think about what the persistent issues are facing our communities?
Well, I want to thank my colleagues on the panel, because I learn so much from all of you all of the time. The systemic white supremacy, colonialism, racial capitalism, the prison industrial complex, these things are incompatible with life. That is the fact of it. It is incompatible with life. And we are at an amazing moment in our time that we have activists and organizers with a clear path towards abolishing prison and policing, towards resolving and building a better relationship with our planet, towards an economy that actually works for people. And those of us with professional training are then coached how to take those demands, take the demand of abolition, take the demand of cancel student loans and turn it into, let's do a survey. Let's send out some resources. Let's pass a policy that puts cameras on police cars, when those aren't the demands of the people in the street. It's very easy, because we are trained to do it, to hear these incredible visionary radical demands and then go back into our offices and retype them into a position paper that dilutes them. Because it's scary to think about an end to the status quo, because for many of us, that means an end to the jobs that we have as we know it. I just went hundreds of thousands of dollars into debt in law school. The idea of not having clients to represent or a law firm to have may be frightening, but I know that my future, my liberation is tied into ending those systems that require people to be lawyers. Because when there's a system as violent as our criminal legal system now, and our civil legal system for that matter, there's no path towards freedom for any of us. And so we need to be radical. We need to stop diluting the demands of the movement. We need to do things that are scary. And we need to believe that the people on the front line, who have been on the front line for generations, know what is necessary.
So as all of you have been talking, you've started to talk about what we need to do. And we're talking about kind of the status quo has got to go. But this morning, right, we're talking about what does that mean at an individual level? And I'm really curious from each of you to talk about how you have made your own rules and how you have been able to do that. What has supported you in thinking about the rules that you've individually had to create for yourself in service of the collective work? Shirley, will you kick us off?
Anything and everything that I personally have achieved for my community, I've had to do outside of the box. Let's start in Grand Junction. I've been a teacher for 30 years. I've worked with the students that nobody wanted. Those kids do exist in our public school system. Most of my career was in Grand Junction, Colorado, with the Mesa Valley Public School Districts, a district of about 25,000 students. About 2,000 of those at the time were students of color, mostly Chicano, Mexicano students. We would picket, my husband, my then husband, my 4 daughters, and my vecinos, my neighbors, because I was an stay-at-home mother raising my 4 girls. Till the last one started 1st grade, I finished my degree and went to work for the school district. The only reason the school district gave me a job was to shut me up. Because if we get her a job, then she won't picket our school board meetings, right? And we would picket them because 50% of the kids were dropping out of school and dropping into the prison system, the school to prison pipeline. I've talked about that all of my life. I've talked about that. I still do, and I always will. So they gave me a job. 2 of my daughters were in middle school, the other 2 were at the high school. So it was a job to do Title I parent education. Later it became to create a graduation and retention program. I did that with the help of a colleague and a handful of teachers, because the rest of the AP teachers wanted nothing to do with that program. We'll never have those kids. Well, I'll never have to deal with those kids, so I won't have to deal with that program. Really got no support. The only thing that made a success of that program was that the high school principal, who was the principal of my daughters, where I chose to work, said, if you can produce students the way you've produced your children academically, then you're doing something wrong. And that's exactly what we did. It went everywhere. I later, all over the district, I later became an ethnic studies teacher part-time and ran the program for the district. I was the most evaluated teacher in that whole district, because they wanted to know what I was teaching in ethnic studies, how I was supplementing the curriculum. The most evaluated teacher in Mesa County. They'll deny it, but I have the evaluations. So everything I did outside, and I implemented, and then I worked outside in the community with El 16 Septiembre, anything, Cesar Chavez Day, anything that would supplement and make those kids proud of who they are and know where they were coming from. Same thing with the land grant struggle. When we started, they thought I was crazy doing the work that I was doing with the attorneys because we had lost the land grant over 20 years. Went back to court because we were never represented in the courts. Our due process laws were never addressed in the courts, and it's a long history that I can't go into it. People in my own community thought we were crazy. Now, 37 years later, there's over 1,000 individuals who are access holders who can access 80,000 acres of forest. That was our land grant. I am an heir to that land grant. Always will be. The most powerful thing in my life has been the power of cultural identity. I know who I am. I know where I came from. As a woman of color, a short woman of color, I know exactly what my role in this country, in my home, what it is about. How do I know that? Because I've done my lineage, both on my mom and my dad's side, to 1532. So don't tell me to go back to where I came from, because this is where I came from. Don't tell me I don't belong here, because I am indigenous to this community. My DNA, my line, on the Romero side, my father, I am Jakaria Apache. I can talk in a room full of lawyers, or a room full of immigrant workers, or a room full of kids. Why? Because I know who I am. And I'm damn proud of who I am and where I come from, and that is what I want for my community. That is what I want for the youth that I work with. That is what I want for people of color and poor white people who don't fit in the macro culture. We will never fit in that macro culture. I refuse to assimilate. I will never, ever, ever assimilate. I will acculturate because I gotta live among a diverse group of folks in this country. Nothing wrong with that. My greatest asset is being bilingual. So what has helped me is to always know what I'm talking about, have the confidence that I get from knowing the power of cultural identity, and passing down my knowledge and my experience so others can gain. I will stand behind you. I will stand beside you. I will stand in front of you. But to the young people in this room, that is where our hope lies. Know who you are, where you came from, because no one can take that away from you.
Reagan, would you share with us kind of how you think about the rules that you set for yourself and how you got there?
I think in addition to all the beautiful thoughts that have been shared, I resonated with several of those things, including understanding my own ancestry and history. So my dad's side of the family, my mom's side of the family has not been able to do this successfully, but my dad's side of the family has traced my ancestry back to enslavement. So my great-great-grandmother was enslaved, and then we've had oral family history and then actual data and everything that has been traced back, and I think that's really valuable, again, to know where you come from. One of the most important things that I think I have done is work on my own trauma, and I don't think we talk enough about that. And it's critical. The reason why it's critical is because, okay, I just thought of the RuPaul quote, if you can't love yourself, how the hell are you gonna love somebody else? And it really is how you humanize other people. If you cannot humanize yourself and understand yourself holistically, it's difficult to humanize other people. And if you can't humanize other people, you can't humanize yourself. It's how we think of each other collectively. And so when we're not working on our trauma, we fall into patterns of behavior that are destructive. And this happens at the very smallest relationship. So emergent strategy, one of the principles is fractals. We have to do at the smaller what we're trying to do at the larger. So if you're trying to transform this country or this state, are you doing that even in your most intimate relationships? We're like, how am I humanizing the people who are around me? How am I working through conflict with them in a way where I don't demonize folks, in a way I don't dehumanize folks to say this person is a monster. This person is completely unlike me. I'm good. These other folks are bad. How do we actually get beyond that? Part of what you have to do is like understand where that's coming from in yourself. We do that because it feels like safety. But it's not. It's actually engaging in the same colonialist and oppressive systems that have gotten us here. So when you think about revolutionary change, you also need to think about it, how am I bringing that revolutionary change to this supervisor relationship that I'm having with an employee? How am I bringing it to my children at the dinner table? How am I bringing it to my friend who just made a dehumanizing comment about an immigrant population or something like that? Especially in progressive spaces, we destroy each other. And it's part of the reason why the work does not get done. Because again, it feels like safety, but it's not. So transformative justice. How do we actually engage in generative conflict with each other? How do we engage in real coalition building, where the coalition doesn't immediately break down because everyone is trying to, or let me say it a different way. The coalition breaks down because folks are in a space where their trauma and their desire to protect themselves is actually causing them to harm those around them. And this is why, part of the reason why we haven't gotten as far as we need to go, because we haven't successfully built those coalitions. And what do I mean by working on my trauma? Because that's vague. I mean standing in the mirror naked for 10 minutes and being like, let me just look at myself and not hate myself, right? A daily practice. It means doing mindfulness and meditation. Let me just sit here and appreciate my own consciousness, my own life in this moment. Let me sit and think about those who have lost their life. When the Boulder supermarket shooting happened, what I did was I just sat in my living room and I said, let me just give some space for these folks. These are folks who were going to the store to get a birthday cake and were thinking about, what am I going to do this weekend? And I'm really looking forward to this vacation this summer. I wanted to hold that, to say like, lives have been lost. And am I really taking the time to sit with that and grieve that? That is difficult to do in this day and age. There's so much loss of life. But to value your own life and to sit with the value of other folks' life that is being lost every day, that's the kind of practices I'm talking about. Decolonizing my own mind, giving myself space and time to think and to feel. That is what it means to work on your own trauma. And it takes years. But I can tell you that I've gotten so much farther than I was in my 20s. And to wake up every day with a gratitude, to wake up every day with a sense of self, it has allowed me to expand my empathy. It has allowed me to expand my radical humanism, which is my slogan for Regenberg Consulting. I think it's essential, and we don't talk about it enough, and we don't talk about our connection to the metaphysical, to the spiritual, not religious. Religion is a part of that, but I mean the general spiritual, about what does it mean to be human and to exist right now? And I think we've lost sight of, we need to think about those things and answer some of those questions too, when we talk about our values, when we talk about what it is to transform the society. So we gotta talk about trauma, we gotta talk about generative conflict, we gotta talk about humanizing each other, even as we are causing harm to each other. That's a critical piece of it. And that is one of the most valuable things I've done for myself, is actually do that self-work.
So just a quick reminder that there are note cards that are floating around. If you have questions, please jot them down and hand them to a CHF staff member. So Z and Courtney, a slight shift on that question. I'd ask for you all to tell us a bit about what calls you to do the work that you do. When you think about your individual role in service of social justice and of the collective work. What calls you to do this work?
Okay. First of all, thank you so much to Shirley and Regan, because what you're saying resonates so much with me. I'm feeling like extremely emotional, actually. So I will answer that, but just to state my ancestry, my grandparents on my father's side were actually forcibly removed from Peru and brought to the United States, kidnapped by the US government and brought to Crystal City, Texas, eventually to be used as pawns of war, to be exchanged with people of interest that were Americans that were being held in Japan. And so my grandparents got their start in the United States not by choice, but following World War II, they were people without a country. They couldn't return to Peru because they weren't welcome there, and they didn't want to go back to Japan. They hadn't been there for years, and they were illegal immigrants forcibly in the United States. So they had to find a sponsor that could vouch for them, and so they found a distant cousin who was in Denver. And when I think about, what drives me, I guess I can really relate to what you said about trauma and doing decolonizing my own mind. I know I did a lot of inner work following the murder of George Floyd, because I started to think about what does it mean to be kind of in this model minority position, and why has that come to fruition? And I guess I think about when the Japanese were incarcerated, they were questioned of their loyalty constantly, even though they were being imprisoned on formerly indigenous land, and placed in this place, taken all of their belongings and rights taken away from them, yet being asked to serve for their country. So the question 27 on this loyalty questionnaire was, will you serve in active duty for the US government? And question 28 was, will you basically remove any allegiance to Japan? So a lot of Japanese people were actually in a similar position to my grandfather in that, they would have no country if they were to answer yes to that survey. But then if they answered no to that survey, then they would be considered dangerous. And so I think about this, and I think about why the Japanese community has sort of this history of assimilation. Shirley, you talked about assimilation. And I think about my grandparents, and coming to Denver, they didn't speak any English, they spoke Spanish, and they spoke Japanese because they came from Peru. And so, I think like a lot of that self-oppression gets passed down, and so I think that's why Asians become, this model minority, is because it's seen like that assimilation that they tried to, that seemingly assimilation was actually just self-preservation and perseverance and resilience, but it ultimately, because of the system, it caused harm to others and became like degeneration of Black people because of the comparisons that were made between communities. And so I think driving that racial wedge between the Asian and Black community, I often what drives me is thinking about racial solidarity and how can we use our pain and our trauma to create opportunities for that self-reflection and for that inner work that's going to then make it so that we can be radical humans, you know, so that we can do the work that will be, you know, creating this dialogue, and we can start also looking to our trauma and pain and understanding how we can serve as voices for those who don't have voices. So I get inspired, and that's kind of a long answer to your question, but basically, you know, I look to, one of my role models is a woman who works within this organization called Suitor for Solidarity, and she is a former incarceree. She was actually at Crystal City when she was a child, but she started this organization. She and a bunch of other former incarcerees from Japanese incarceration camps they saw similar things happening at the border between where family separation was happening, which happened a lot during incarceration. That's coming from a place of examining trauma and intergenerational trauma from being a child and being separated from your family and being imprisoned. And so instead of, you know, dwelling on that, she has taken action and gone to the borders and peacefully and in solidarity protested. And so, you know, my first time being able to visit my grandparents' incarceration site in Crystal City, it was 20 miles north of one of the border prisons where women and children were being separated. And so I think like that's one step. But yeah, I think that's where I find I already forgot the question, I'm sorry.
What calls you to do the work that you do?
That's what calls me, is looking to my, what I understand from the past, looking to my trauma, looking to what I don't know, and trying to understand. I mentioned the murder of George Floyd, and that was really where I started to think, like, how can I really catalyze meaningful change in our community and really support the Black community in this time. Like, I can raise my voice and I can be there, and I will, but also, like, what can I do within my own Asian community that's going to have a lasting, you know, that's going to actually create lasting change. So that was, yeah.
Z, what calls you to do this work?
Well, I have both the folks who have been my elders in this work. I specifically think of a woman named Marilyn Buck, who was a political prisoner up to the moment that she received compassionate release to die in her attorney's home. One of the things that she always said to me was she was very proud of being called an enemy of the state. She was a white woman that made deliberate choices to align herself with the Black Power movement, so much to the point that she was declared an enemy of the state. And to me, her mentorship always pulled me as that should be the goal, is to be called an enemy, to be called the radical that Shirley mentioned, to push those boundaries. Because when you go against the training that is required of white people in this country, you know you're doing it right when you get called a terrorist. You know you're doing it right when you get called a radical. I also think about my 5 white children who are in a condo up the street here, and where I want their hearts to go. I recently read a piece in a newspaper by a pediatrician who said that young white men are being radicalized. It's not a matter of will they, it's when will they be radicalized. When will the internet, when will social media, when will these networks reach their hearts and call them to white supremacy? And it's my job as a parent, I believe, to try and disrupt that. And so I feel both the pull of elders and ancestors, but also of the 5 white children that I have in a condo that I don't want white supremacy to steal their hearts. I don't want this to be their future and their normal.
So I have several questions up in front of me, so I'm going to ask one or two of you to think about who wants to respond to some of these, and then try to keep your answers a little concise so we can get to several of them. So what tools do you use that help people push through the fear of change and the shame that might come with that fear?
I use truth. Anytime I ask my youth to protest something, anytime I invite people to join me or a coalition of folks to do whatever it is that we're trying to get, is we use fact. Because when you provide those facts, let me give you an example. With this 37-year court battle to get justice, which took from 1981 to 2002, really from 1960 to 2002, do the math. We knew it was a long shot, but we were dealing with facts. Facts such as when this became the United States, and those of us that stayed on this side after the US-Mexican War, there were certain rights that were given to us. But because our land grant heirs and mi gente en el Valle de San Luis, en la Plaza de San Luis, did not understand their history. They didn't understand why we were fighting for these rights 100 years later. Well, because they screwed us over 100 years prior to that. And they're still doing that, so we had to correct that. So you deal with facts, and you don't ever go at it alone. Whether you go talk to the principal, or you go talk to the president, or you go talk to your county commissioners, you never go alone. You insulate yourself with people that think the same way you do, with other members of your community. And you continue to work, and you continue to tell them, we're tired of asking, because we've asked and asked. We are demanding. It goes back to my tool has always been the masses of the people. And let me say this. Anytime you start a new initiative or you're dealing with any social justice issue in your community, you don't need everybody. You don't. You don't need everybody. But you need a core group of folks that are going to go the long haul with you. In our case, it's been the over 45 lawyers that have done pro bono work for our case. 45 lawyers. And you know what it's like to work with lawyers? I know what it's like to work with lawyers. 45 of them I've dealt with. Even this morning when I had to leave the room, it was my lawyer calling about a new deal on the case. We taught the lawyers. We taught them the history, and we told them, we are going to make the mess, and you're going to be the mops that are going to come in and clean it up. Just like that. Not that I knew anything about the law, but I knew our rights. I knew our history. I knew how the courts had done us wrong. We knew that because we did the research. So we would tell the lawyers, this is how you're going to do it. And even though it wasn't a full victory, it was a partial victory, and my community is much better off than it was before 1981 had we not done anything about it. So you do it as a whole with community. You work with the truth. When you're dealing with the facts, they'll try to twist them. Whatever it is, whatever institution, they'll try to twist it, but you're dealing with the facts. And if you're dealing with the truth, you don't have to remember about the lie that you told the day before.
What is the best way for someone that is white and privileged to support communities of color?
Good question.
I'd like to take a response to that one. So it's not a singular thing. It's a multitude of things. So you will frequently hear utilize your privilege in ways that are beneficial to marginalized folks. And really what that means is you will have a certain kind of access, You will have a certain kind of attention. You will have a certain kind of deference that you can capitalize on for the benefit of marginalized groups who are not getting that kind of deference. So folks of color, how we get listened to in organizations by lawmakers, how we get specifically dehumanized by different institutions and need advocates to say, I am also not okay with this, I will stand up against this. The way in which you as a white person can actually use even your physical body to intervene on things, to put yourself between, let's say, law enforcement, or to put yourself in between even like an interpersonal interaction that is racist, that is harming to a person of color. That's one of the things you can do is utilize your privilege for the benefit, for the protection of people of color. And if you don't know how to do that, you need to do this with consent and possibly with compensation, but we will tell you how to do that. If you're like, I need some coaching, I need some advice, give me some money, and ask me permission, ask me for my consent. I can help you with that. The folks of color in your organization can help you with that. There are so many different resources for you if you don't know how to do that or you need advice. This is one of the reasons I started something called Accountability Partnership, which I do for individuals and organizations. You may not know everything, and you're not going to have the lived experience, so seek out that kind of expertise. Stop thinking you're going to be able to contextualize and know everything, and actually seek out the expertise from those who are directly affected, from people of color. Second thing you need to do as a white person is, again, work on your shit. Work on your trauma. When somebody calls you out, what you said in this meeting was racist, we need to talk about that. What you did with this program was problematic, and we need to talk about that. Are you even able to hear that and not get defensive? Are you able to sit with that and think about that? Are you able to be curious and ask questions? If stuff is coming up for you and you're like, I don't want to hear this, this person misunderstood me, you don't know about my life, you don't understand the other ways I'm targeted, you don't get this, if that's what's coming up for you, you have got to do that self-work. Right? No one can do that self-work for you. And that is, when we talk about trauma, it's a barrier to you being a good ally to other folks. So you got to do that self-work. And again, if you don't know how to do that, there are tons of folks who can help you with that. But I don't see enough white folks, especially white men, and let's go there. I don't see men in general naming sexism enough. And I don't see white men really participating, and this is a complex problem, but I don't see white men participating in anti-oppressive work in the way that they need to, in terms of stepping up with folks who have some of the most privilege. Y'all are often resistant to DI work and anti-oppression work. You don't see what your role is in it, and you're not doing your own self-work about, can I name racism and sexism, and can I listen to that? Can I understand it? Can I act against it? So that's what has to be done. So for white folks in general, those two things are big. Work on your trauma, utilize your privilege to disrupt harm happening to people of color.
So there are a few questions related to the media, so I'm going to try my best to combine them. So is the public media, such as major news outlets, broadcast, radio, and TV, our ally or enemy in our struggle for equity? And when you think about how you choose to work with the public media as an individual in your social justice work, what does that look like for you?
I think that I would say that 20 years ago, the media was definitely our enemy, which is why we, myself included, created 2 bilingual newspapers, Tierra y Libertad and Ya Basta, because they would never cover any other issues, irregardless of whether it was land grant or the dropout rate or the incarceration rate, and they're still not very good. Let me just point out what the heck is happening at Channel 9 News. Last weekend, I had a woman of color that is from my community that said, I'm going to work for Channel 9 News because they've messed it up so bad. I told her, well, be careful, Hita, because you might be the pawn that they're bringing in to clean it up. I'll wait and see. I think that the media, even today, can still play a role. I think the biggest defect with the media is that across the country is that when we have seen the killings of Black people, and it's happening in the brown community, we just don't get the media, with, the attention, which is part of the problem. I believe the media could do so much more in terms of representation. I want to see more brown women in front of the camera. I want to see Indigenous women in front of the camera. I want to see more Black women in front of the camera. And I say women specifically because we always get it's always the male. I want to see more people of color, not only behind the camera, in front of the camera, but in those boardrooms making the decisions that the Denver News will cover the issues in San Luis, like the flooding that is taking place in my community this morning as we speak. So the media is not a friend, in my opinion, to our communities of color. They could do so much more. And when you look about what the media is, and specifically Fox News, what that has done to this country, they should be disbarred. Disbarred the attorneys that are working for them, those anchor people at Fox News, and what they choose to do is horrible. And where it has fed into everything that came about with the inauguration of Donald Trump. I mean, my goodness, the media can make or break our communities, and they are not allies to our communities. And here is where white folks in this room can do that. Feel safe in the spaces that you work with, in the spaces of color that you work with. Number one. Number two, understand your privilege and use that privilege to disrupt these systems. Number three, talk to us before you go and do that work so you do it correctly.
So sometimes we have a tendency to talk always about the hardship and the challenges in social change work. I'm curious to know more about how you all think about the joy, creativity, and innovation that happens in community change work. Courtney, you want to kick us off?
Sure. Well, I have the privilege of being in the arts and surrounded by the arts. And I do think that we can take that pain and the hardships and find, I guess, solidarity within creating arts opportunities for communities to engage with one another. One thing that, I guess an example right now of something that we're doing that I've seen have a lot of impact on people sharing stories of joy is that Stories of Solidarity project that I talked about. I think being able to bring oral histories from a community that was forcibly put together and talk about what the lasting relationships that were built due to that hardship, how the impact has been passed through their generations, has been really valuable to understanding how the resilience and joy, or shared joy of being, I guess, supportive of one another has been able to have influence on, have like economic impact and create leaders who then share that outside of that world that they were in together. We also, with Japanese cultural arts, look at concepts like kintsugi, and there are art forms that basically help you to see the beauty in the cracks. So kintsugi itself is about seeing the beauty in repair. And I know recently I was on a podcast with Platform, and because one of their artists, an African-American artist, Narkita Gold, wanted to take that same concept to her community and to the youth to have them talk about what are the things that pain us, what are the parts of ourselves that need to heal, but how can we take things that we've wanted to discard of ourselves and put them together, bring them together, and put gold within the cracks to create something collectively beautiful. And so kintsugi, sorry I didn't explain what it is basically the Japanese art of taking ceramics that have been discarded because they've been broken, sealing them with resin and putting gold in the cracks to make it something beautiful again. So I think we can find joy in our resilience and that collective intention brought together.
Z, how have you used your work to do things that makes your soul joyous?
Well, I work in the legal field now, and so that might seem like a hard reach, but one of the things that I'm really excited about in our work, other than being the mop, I love that. That's going to be our new motto at Bread and Roses Legal Center is be the mop. It's actually working with artists and organizers, working with folks who have needed support to navigate the legal system, and afterwards inviting them to make art with someone who shares their experience, and then sharing that art more broadly into the community. For example, Colorado just passed a very, in my opinion, regressive drug law to respond to the overdose crisis that is now going to essentially re-felonize all drugs in Colorado. And working with folks who have a history of drug use and who have been impacted by the racist war on drugs to make art, to tell their community about their rights, now that we have to navigate the fact that anyone possessing any drug that is not legal could be a felon, whether or not they know it, if that drug has fentanyl in it. And so pairing people with artists to process that experience, and working with artists as well as the legal workers, and bringing lawyers to that table and saying, you know, we all have to, as Reagan said, we all have to process this and work on this and work through it, has been really joyous, especially in really difficult moments.
May I ask for an interpreter to come forward? I have a card that I need translated for me, please. So the writer, librarian, and activist Audre Lorde shared that caring for myself is not self-indulgence, it is self-preservation. And that is an act of political warfare. I'm sure most of you have heard that quote, read that quote multiple times. I'm really curious about, for each of you, how do you care for yourself to renew for the work ahead of you?
I would say for myself, to me it was about determining what brings joy into my life, and like actually incorporating that as a daily sort of practice. So something today I need to do for myself that will bring me joy. And it's been things like taking a bath. I love baths. It's looking forward to a specific meal. Like I'm gonna go and get this one food item I really like. It has been playing video games. I play Pokemon competitively and do very well. It's been spending time with friends, spending time with my parents, like actually scheduling that, saying, yeah, let's go see a movie on Sunday. It's very small things, but there are things that I know for a fact bring me joy, bring me connection, and then actually incorporating those into my day in a very intentional way. I think that's one of the things that I do. And then I think a second thing is, again, giving myself time to be in a philosophical space, a spiritual space, a metaphysical space. Sometimes it's not every day. I'm trying to get to a place where it's a daily practice. But, you know, get yourself out of the whirlwind of I gotta make this and do this and send this. Like, again, take a moment to appreciate you're here right now, you're conscious right now, you're alive right now. There is already so much to be grateful for just in that fact. I really try to take a space to appreciate that. Gratitude in the morning, gratitude in the evening, something where I'm thankful for my presence. Those two things have been very beneficial for me. Thank you.
Admittedly, I'm still working on this. I think though what you said really resonates with me. The space that you give yourself, trying not to stack everything so much that there's not time for the space or like in Japanese, it's the ma, because just as much can happen in the space as in the hustle and bustle. I think also just allowing myself the permission to pursue the arts and creative work for a living, and moving away from the mindset of what I should be doing and understanding where I can have the most impact. And then also allowing myself to enjoy other people's joy, I guess, or other people's art. I have a friend here, Ryan Fu, who I always love going to his shows because they are gamified and joyful and interactive. And so I think making sure that I make time for that.
I learned this lesson way too late. I had my best friend of 40 years and one of the best Chicana organizers in the state of Colorado, Rita J. Martinez, that we lost to COVID in 2020. And the last conversation that she and I had, believe it or not, we always talked about movement stuff and stuff that was going in our communities and how we were going to support each other. But that last conversation, which was on her birthday, we talked about, as we grow older, how do we deal with our health and our mental health? I'm fortunate that I live in a small rural community where there is lots of acequias and water. I spend a lot of time there. I either swim or just go and do my reading. I have 4 grown daughters and 2 grandsons. I make sure that when I come to Denver, that it isn't just for a conference, that I make a visit just to come and visit them. That's what they want. I spend more time with family. And nothing is more energizing and stress relieving than being able to spend time with my adult daughters, who are very good to me and send me anywhere in the world that I want to go on their dime. So that helps. And it's just those little things about turning off the world, because I'll tell you what, the stress is what burns us out as organizers and as activists. I know that very well, but my passion is driven by the needs in the community and the anger that I felt when I learned my true history, and I was a very angry young woman, and I realized that I had to channel that anger into something positive, and it became the passion for the social justice issues that I want to see across the world, but in particularly in my Chicano community and Mexicano community where I come from. So just learning to say enough, the day is over, put the computer away, do what you gotta do. And for me, it's sitting in my backyard and enjoying the osha and all the healing plants that grow in my yard, taking those walks, but more importantly, being around the waterways that exist in my community. Very simple.
Grind culture is killing us. The nonprofit grind culture, the legal grind culture, it's killing our bodies, and it's also making it so that the only folks who work for us are the people who can keep up with that. And so I got some baby goats, and they make it so that my life is incompatible with grind culture because they are breaking fences, and I need to feed them, and my children need to be fed. And so if you need help, I recommend goats.
So we wanted to close out and leave a couple minutes for each of you to be able to share some parting gifts with our guests. But what I'm going to try to do is thread a couple themes, so hopefully some of you can address some of the questions that I was not able to get to. So as you're thinking about those words of wisdom and thinking about a game changer and what folks can do individually, thinking about how you might have overcome situations when you might have felt intimidated, how you think about creating systemic change without being pushed out of the system, thinking about what is the role that nonprofits can really play in making systemic change, thinking about what is the appropriate role of funders and the work that you do with them individually, thinking about how we can better serve underserved communities more inclusively, and thinking about how we might dismantle the nonprofit industrial complex. So, Courtney, I'm gonna ask you to kick us off. And again, what's that advice, mindset around kind of game-changing behavior that you could gift the audience with?
I want to go next.
Okay, we have 5 minutes, so I'm just gonna say to be the ancestor that you want to be for others.
Thank you, I appreciate the elegance of that. I just have a demonstrative kind of story, or an example. Many of you may be familiar with the Colorado Trust, and they had a very well-known and prolific rural health equity kind of program. And so the Colorado Trust said we want the most directly affected or impacted folks to talk to us about what they need to address health inequity in their communities. We're gonna do training, we're gonna secure funding, we're gonna promise or provide assurances about the continuity of the work. That lasted about, I think at most 4 years. I think it was 3 or 4 years. That project has been canceled by the Colorado Trust. Folks were let go via a webinar. All of the good work that has been done, all of the training, all of the relationships that have been built, it's kind of being dropped, and it's being left to the community to pick up the pieces. This is an example of the status quo, where foundations are changing their funding strategy every 3 to 4 years. This is an example of the nonprofit industrial complex, where we're more concerned about capitalism, capitalist interests in terms of the amount of money we're retaining. And as a foundation, your main concern should actually be how much money you're giving away as much money as possible. And yet I see foundations trying to, like, oh, we're gonna make an endowment and we're gonna keep all this money. And you're just like, it's like you have a fundamental misunderstanding of what your purpose is. And you know what? Talk to anybody in the room, and I was just like, you know that some of this is resonating, because it's why we're not doing the work that we need to do. So the Colorado Trust has caused harm, real, tangible harm, and there are folks in here who are directly affected by that. It's an example of what not to do, and I wanted to bring it up specifically to let you all know one of your contemporary foundations is causing harm, just like many foundations cause harm to our communities, and how they make funding decisions, how they support and uplift directly affected folks. It's not okay, and it needs to stop. So that's my kind of example of make promises and keep them. Give away as much money as possible, give as much power and influence and voice to those who are directly affected and marginalized. Make a commitment, a real commitment, to say we want to dismantle systems. Instead of we want to make more money and we want to be more prestigious, really make that commitment. So that's an example of what we need to stop doing, and I want everyone in this room, again, to take that example and say, I will not contribute to this. I will do something different, and I will uplift these communities.
What gifts do you have for us?
We need to get a lot better at breaking rules, especially the rules that don't make sense. So when someone says, we can't pay that person, why? Chances are you can, and you should, and you need to pay them double what you thought you were going to begin with. We can't give that organization money, why not? Do it anyway. And remember, we will all be messing up. We mess up all of the time. I mess up all of the time, very publicly. It's sometimes quite embarrassing. But the risk of doing something imperfectly is much less than the risk of doing nothing perfectly.
I am not afraid of being intimidated, period. I am not afraid of being pushed out. When I have been pushed out, I find another way in, around. I always find another way in. Role of funders, thank you for bringing up the Colorado Trust. I've got my own story. Do not come. As funders, if you're gonna fund us, let us do the work that we need to do. Don't dictate or think that you can send your constituents into our community to tell us how to spend that money. We know our community, we know our problems, we know our solutions, we know where that money needs to go. Have a little bit of faith in the fact that we've been doing this work all of our lives. That's how you can better serve us. Do what your goal and your mission says you're going to do. And at the end of the day, know that we will use that money, but give us flexibilities because of the rural areas that we live in where we do not have the services that the city does. Put your money where your mouth is, fund us, and allow us to do the work that we've been doing, that we know how to do. Break down those systems by starting right there.
Please join me in thanking our panelists once again for their time and sharing their gifts with us this morning and our Making Our Own Rules panel. So you can find further information about our panelists on the microsite for the symposium, as well as they are going to be around during breaks and over the course of the week for some of these questions we didn't get to or for some more dialogue, and they are available if you all would like to talk with them individually. One question that I was not able to get to during this, I got a few questions about, in reference to the diversity of our panel. And what I would say is this is a 3-day symposium that you all will have, and we have really designed this to be very inclusive so that you will hear from a variety of voices throughout this day and tomorrow as well as Friday. And as Karen said, we invite everyone to listen deeply, to think about the things that you are sitting with that you need to process, as well as some of the things that you might not agree with. But we are going to present several different perspectives. And we can't have 20 people up on the stage and at each of these conversations, but know that this will be a very inclusive experience. And if some of you would like to talk to me individually about the cards, I will be over to the side in a few moments and happy to do that with you. So as we get ready to transition, just want to say uplifting joy and creativity and innovation are some of the ways that we will make our own rules as well. The next person who is going to come to this stage is a multi-talented artist that is going to share their gifts with you all, and she uses her voice for community change. So we are going to ask that you go take care of yourself over the next 15 minutes, get some coffee, water, go to the restrooms, but we encourage you to be back here in exactly 15 minutes so that you can hear from Kayla Marque. Thank you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program will begin in 2 minutes, so please go ahead and take your seats. The program will begin in 2 minutes. Thank you.
Ooh, those things. Good morning again. If you all will please join us back at your seats, we want to get started with an artistic performance by Kayla Marque. Kayla Marque is a singer, songwriter, and performance artist born and raised in Denver, Colorado. In 2020, Kayla released Brain Chemistry, a double album that dives into the themes of self-love, trauma, and mental health, all through the concept of examining the left and right brain. Kayla is also the program manager at Diversify the Stage, a network of industry professionals working to establish more inclusive hiring and greater access opportunities in live music, events, and touring industries for historically marginalized and underrepresented communities. Kayla Marque is looking to the future, y'all, and she is about to send us on a great setup for our self-care work we are doing today. You can follow Kayla on socials at I am Kayla Marque. Please welcome Kayla.
Greetings. How are y'all feeling today? Yeah? Good. Well, I am thankful to be here. Anytime I get to bring music medicine to a space is a good day, so thank you for having me. I'm going to play some original songs. I'm going to take you on a little journey before you get into your self-care work today. So we're going to move through chaos, grief, and then welcoming in love and high vibrational energies. So I encourage you to do whatever it is you feel is in alignment with you at that moment. If you need to walk out and breathe some air, if you need to lie on the floor, if you need to dance, move your body, if you need to cry, this is a time for you to have a release. This song is called Mercy. I'm tipping the world now, shape-shifting inside out, unmasking disaster, basking in the aftermath, no life for the living. Here today, gone tomorrow, running like a wildfire. No guitar? Okay. Thank you. Here today, gone tomorrow, running like a wildfire, moving like a cloud of smoke right under your nose. Come unwind, your spirit's wounded, your mouth say to man, your eyes are ruins. They'll bury you, bury you, they'll bury you, bury you. Here today and gone tomorrow, running like a wildfire, moving like a cloud of smoke right under your nose. Tell me why your soul is muted, your body's stone and your feet are rooted. What's scaring you? Scaring you? What's scaring you? Scaring you? You. I'm dipping the world now, shape-shifting inside out, unmasking disaster, basking in the aftermath, no life for the living. Mercy. Thank you. This next song is called Lonely One. There's a long story behind this song, many long stories actually, but in short, this is just about us existing together, remembering that we are spirit having a human experience, remembering to look up at the stars, fall in love with the sunset again, and check on your community, check on your folks, ask if they're okay, and really mean it. Lonely one, lonely one, look what you've done. Time is the promise of the honest sun falling out the sky to kiss the world goodnight. But do you still fall in love with the sunset? Or are you numb like the rest of us? Please be honest. Lonely one. Life is the promise of the evening leaving and letting the light break the sky. Did you ever really love sunrise? Or are you numb like the rest of us, standing in the rain, waiting to rust? Be honest. This is my last song. It's self-explanatory. It's called Love Should Be. Love should feel like water. I make good in your ocean blue, 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 blue. Low, 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 love should taste like chocolate. How sweet it is to vibrate in the presence of your godliness while we're human. How sweet it is to know you, hold you, kiss you, touch you, taste you, breathe you, see you, need you. Love, love should burn like fire. Suffocate my flesh and shake my soul alive. Love, love should be the answer. How right it is to vibrate in the presence of your godliness while we're human. How right it is. Love, love, love should be. 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 Ooh, la 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 love should be. 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 Love should feel like water. I make good in your ocean blue, 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 blue. Thank you. That's my time. I hope that some of these vibrations were able to open your heart and your crown today. Enjoy the rest of your day at this beautiful event. Thank you for having me.
Kayla, there we go. Kayla, those were powerful. Thank you so much. Will you all please join me again and thank Kayla Marque, and please follow her at I am Kayla Marque. So we are going to continue with this theme around loving yourself and being able to show up and act in love for your community. Joining us next is Dr. JonPaul Higgins, they, them, who is a social justice leader, media critic, educator, national speaker, freelance journalist, and thought leader who focuses on examining the intersections of identity, gender, and race in entertainment and education. Dr. Higgins is a trailblazer who is sharing the stories their ancestors did not get to tell. Dr. JonPaul has continued to develop and create inclusion projects with industry leaders such as Fox, Disney, Apple, Instagram, and most recently worked with GLAAD on their 2021 HIV stigma report. They have also been a featured speaker for TEDx and competed on the latest season of Netflix's hit show, Nailed It. They hold a doctorate in educational justice and often write and lecture about what liberation means for Black, queer, non-binary people and how we can help them not just survive, but thrive. Dr. JonPaul joins us today to share on social justice and self-care. Please join me in welcoming Dr. JonPaul.
All right. I just want to say I am officially a Kayla stan. I will be selling her CDs at the end of this presentation in the back. All right. Thank you, everybody, for having me. I'm super excited to be here. I do want to share that my pronouns are officially they, them, tired. And part of my pronouns being they, them, tired is making space to really help people think through their own tiredness and how they can continue to keep doing the work even when they feel like the work is hard. And so today, the presentation that I am going to be giving is a conversation about making self-care intentional. So some of my starting thoughts in this presentation is I want to acknowledge the ancestors. I recognize that I cannot stand here. I actually had a moment this morning when I woke up. Actually, when I had the black car come get me from the airport, I was like, oh, girl, I made it. I was like, this is what Bayard Rustin fought for. But I have to acknowledge the ancestors to let them know that I am doing this work because of them and that I can't continue to show up as my authentic self without them and the work that they've put forward. Thank you. The next thing is I really want to make sure that we make this a conversation about not bonding in trauma. I think it's really easy, especially as a Black, queer, non-binary body, for me to get up here and say, everything is terrible, right? But I think that there's so much more beauty in being able to say, I am standing here alongside you and community, and I'm going to give you some tools and some thoughtful questions that you can take with you to continue to do the work you need to do. Now, a big part of my work is I get this all the time, John, you are so relentless. And I tell people, I get a lot of resiliency conversations around me. And I tell people, don't call me resilient, call me relentless. I think the big part of my life has been in every single space that I have been in, I've created a space for me. I've created a space for other folks who look and live like me, and I'm going to continue to do that. And a part of that is you all showing up in fearlessness today, okay? So I want to make sure that I note that you all are fearless for being here, because it's so easy for us to kind of turn a blind eye to all the stuff that's happening around us and to say, hey, that's not my bag. I don't have to deal with that. The other thing is that I do want to call to the carpet that I do a lot of racial conversations. I acknowledge that there's whiteness and white supremacy that's already in this room. And so the reality is for folks who have privilege in this room, regardless of how your privilege shows up, you have a responsibility to do better, okay? Maya Angelou tells us when we know better, we do better. And that is what I'm hoping that we all do today, is that when we leave here, we do a little bit better. So next, one of the things that I always like to kind of bring up to the forefront is who are these ancestors that I talk about? Who are these ancestors that I'm positing in all of the work that I'm doing? And so I always like to throw out pictures of them in color because I think oftentimes we don't see them in color enough. We don't get to see the joy that lived in their faces, in their skin, and their glow and their hue. So we have Marque here, who taught me that if people get in my way to throw something at them and tell them to move. I have Bayard Rustin, who laid out the blueprint for me who told me this is how you do the work. I have Sylvia Rivera, who told me to show up and scream in the moments where I felt like my voice was not being heard. And I have James Baldwin, who told me to continue to keep writing. He is the reason why I am currently shopping a book as we speak. So, with that, I do like to say these are my ancestors. These are the people that I owe a lot of work to. So, wanting to kind of get through this notion of how do we reframe the conversation around self-care? Yes, going to a spa, yes, going to Lush, doing all of the stuff that we love to do with capitalism, right, is important. But I think there's a conversation around balance that we're not talking enough about, right? This notion of how do we continue to find balance in our own lives in a world that was never built for us? This world was never built with a person like me in mind, right? How do we jumpstart the intentional self-care? I always like to tell people that no is a full sentence. And I don't owe anyone an explanation when I say no, right? So I think that's important for us to note today, is that we have to be intentional with our own self-care and that no. Audre Lorde laid the foundation for us. She says, when caring for myself is not self-indulgence, it's self-preservation, and that is an act of political warfare. So when you tell someone that you do not have the capacity, that you are not in a place that you have enough emotional space to give, that is that political warfare. And for my Black, brown, non-binary, trans, queer people that are in this room, we are expected to do a lot with a little. And so the reality becomes, how do we continue to protect ourselves in this work when we're being asked to do more than what resources we are being given to do? So how do we reframe this conversation? First, I want to make sure that I note that it is important for us to be okay with self-care being an act of indulgence. Somewhere in your life, someone told you, work hard. The play hard, yeah, that kind of falls away, right? But this notion for me of self-care being an act of indulgence is telling myself that when I'm laying on my couch and I'm watching TV, or I'm shooting out tweets, or I'm engaging with other people around the work that I'm doing, that it is okay for me to be in that moment. Rest is a part of self-care and self-indulgence. I want to acknowledge that. We want to remind ourselves that self-care is in fact a discipline. I like to tell myself often that I know what hard work looks like because I'm here in front of you today. But the reality is that I can't keep doing this work if I am not full, if I am not pouring into my own cup, if I'm not telling people I have boundaries. Sometimes my mom will call me and I'm like, not today, Mom, love you, but I gotta call you back tomorrow. Sometimes my brother will call me and I'm like, not today, Bubba, gotta call you back tomorrow, right? This notion of me being very intentional about how I make that a discipline for myself. The thing that I really wanna note is that there are facets to self-care that we don't talk enough about, right? And one of these facets is being able to have a better body. I will say because of capitalism, I am thankful that I can afford a Peloton. But if you follow me and you know I ride every single day, and people are always like, are you riding to lose weight? And I'm like, no, I'm riding because I ultimately just want to feel good in this big body. And it is okay for those of you who are big in here to feel good in your big body, okay? I always like to tell people I've been thinner and I was sad, and I've been sad at big too, so what's the point? I'm gonna eat the taco. Okay, y'all are just gonna get the big body. It's for the better mind. This is a lot of therapy standing in front of you. Shout out to my therapist, Lindsay. But ultimately, too, I can stand in front of you and not be nervous because I'm standing in my full self. And that's a part of self-care, right? Where I'm thinking about every single day, I'm saying, John, how do you want to show up? I want to show up as my best self. And so that's me constantly thinking through how I feel, how I intentionally put out vibes into spaces. People come up to me all the time, John, you have a good vibe. I'm like, yep, and I'm protecting it. Right? That's me making sure that I think about how I feel about myself. I often share this idea too. Have you ever been in a space where you've been doing your work and you'll be doing something and you hear, oh my gosh, nobody will ever care for it, nobody will ever love it the way you love it? That's you getting out of your own head and saying, I want to make my mind better. So the thoughts that you have about yourself, the way you feel about yourself, the way you talk about yourself. I walk past the mirror all the time and go, you cute, all right. That's what I want folks to do in order to build up that self-care. And then a better soul for yourself. There are a lot of ugly souls in this world. A lot of ugly souls. And I always like to tell people that a part of doing your self-care work and being intentional about that is ducking and dodging those ugly souls. I have a lot of friends that I have cut off. People say, you can't cut off family. Yes, I can. Edward Scissorhands, I will cut you off in a second. That is a part of my self-care, okay? So I want to make sure that I'm giving that to you all as well. Self-care is not a luxury. This is something that I think we see promoted on TikTok. We see it promoted on Instagram. We see the white people frolicking in the fields. This is self-care, right? But it's not a luxury. This is an idea that you have to do in order to take care of your overall self. And so I want to break into what this overall self is, because I think that we talk enough about self-care, but we don't ever really posit what the self-care is when we talk about the overall self. So let's get into that word. It's the physical self-care first. How do you fuel your body? This body is fueled by Starbucks, no shade. But at the same time, it's also fueled by putting in positive words, by making sure that when I walk into spaces that I can feel like I can be my authentic self and say what needs to be said. Are you getting adequate sleep? I know a lot of us like to kind of, oh, I only got 4 hours of sleep, but I'm still doing it. No, I tell people I need 7.5. You will not get a good Dr. John if I don't have at least 7.5 hours of sleep. And even when I don't feel like I can get it, I still fight for it. My husband, why are you still laying in bed? Because I still have an extra hour for myself. That is the reason, that is something that I want us thinking about. Are we taking charge of our health and holding our doctors accountable? That is something that I don't think we talk enough about. When I walk into a doctor's office, they'll say, you need to lose more weight, and I'll say, that's not what I'm here for. If I wanted information on losing weight, I'd follow someone on Instagram. I didn't come here for that. My eye is twitching and my body is tired. Figure it out. I just paid $25 for the copay. No, real talk. These doctors will play you, okay, when it comes to your physical health. Black people, hold them accountable. Document stuff. Oh, you didn't want to do that? Document it. We'll come back to it. That is important for your physical self. Are you listening to what your body might be telling you? Your body is going to tell you over and over again, I don't like these people at this job is not good for me, the thing that I am doing is not good for me, this marriage is not good for me, this friendship is not good for me, it makes me feel a way when I'm around these people. Listen to that. That's what the ancestors are telling us. They are telling you to take care of you. That's the physical self part. Now let's get into this social self-care conversation. It's about cultivating relationships that are intentional. Cultivating relationships that are intentional. If you feel like someone is constantly calling you and asking you for help and you don't feel the same way, that's not a friendship. That's not social self-care. What did I just say? Cut them off. Say it louder, cut them off. You got to learn to cut them off. Are you getting enough distance, face-to-face time with your friends? I keep my 6 feet, but I love to see you. I wear my mask. I'm vaccinated. Twice. What are you doing to nurture your relationships with your friends and family? I always like to tell people, having a friendship with me means honesty. You do something I don't like, I'm going to tell you. I want you to do the same thing for me. Because when I'm around you, I want to feel like this is not only safe, but a brave space for me. And not enough of us are nurturing brave and safe spaces in the relationships that we have, both with families, friends, coworkers, etc. When people call me in to do work, I always like to tell them, I'm gonna be Black and queer first. But also a big part of me is being honest. And if you don't wanna be honest, I'm not the person for you. I always like to tell people too, drink some water. You probably need it anyway. I may not be your cup of tea, but drink some water. Okay, you'll be all right. Have your limited interactions with people who don't make you feel good about you. There are a lot of people that are in our lives that have made us feel terrible about who we are. A lot of them are people you go home to day in and day out. No shade. I have limited interactions with those people. I'm gonna just be blunt. My father is one of them. My cousins are some of them. Old friends from college who think we're still good Judies. Nah, I've done the work. Something about you don't make me feel good. Limited social interactions. Mute people on social media. Mute words on social media that don't make you feel good. Diet is a word that I have muted. Okay? Just want to make sure that I note that. Mental self-care, the way you think about the things the way you feel about yourself, this greatly influences the way that you feel about yourself, right? So asking yourself, are you aware of how you talk to yourself about yourself? I always like to tell people, when was the first time that you were made to feel terrible about you? I know that moment. And a big part of it is me clocking it before it gets into my mind and starts to shape the way I feel about me. A lot of this is work, and I know some of you are probably sitting, what is that? This is work. And a big part of self-care is having hard conversations about the way you think and you feel about yourself. But also, too, about the interactions that you have with other people in regards to this mental space that you're in. Are you practicing self-compassion? This is something that I don't think we talk enough about. I always like to tell people, you are doing the best that you can with what you have, and that's okay. That is self-compassion. And a big part of the work that we have to continue to do is to give ourselves self-compassion, because if you are not well, then the work is not well. We can't be here. Self-empathy. What does self-empathy look like for you? Do you like you? Because I love me. And I want you all to love you too. There's work that comes with that. Are you giving yourself the love that you so freely give to everybody else? I want us to sit with that. Because I always like to say, I see people and I watch people. I talk a lot, but I also watch a lot too. And I'll see people throw out compliments to other people. I love your shoes, I love your hair, I love what you have on over there. And then when you get a compliment, you're like, that feels weird. I don't feel good in that compliment. People will say, Dr. Higgins, I love that article you wrote. Thanks. I appreciate it. Because I know I'm a bad one, right? I am giving myself the love that I'm so happy to give everyone else. That is a part of my mental self-care. It makes me feel good to know people love on me and I love on other people. Let's talk about this spiritual self-care. Because I think a lot of us will talk about it from a religious standpoint. And as someone, if you've watched my TEDx or if you watched or you follow a lot of the stuff I do, I talk a lot about religion. And I will say that I'm not going to say that religion is bad, but there are a lot of bad things that we pick up from religion that impacts our self-care, right? And so a big part of it is having a relationship with your spiritual self, right? This does not need to involve a religion. If you're Christian, hey, go up. If you celebrate from the house of Beyonce like me, come on over. I welcome you. But a big part of it, right, is developing a deeper sense of meaning. And I don't know if many of us have conversations about, what have I been called to do in this life? How do I make people feel when I'm around them? How do I feel about myself when I'm around other people? People will always say, John, you are a light. I know this because I've been called to be a light in other people's lives. So I want you all to sit with that. What is your higher sense of self? What questions are you asking about your life experience? I know Oprah, I don't know if you've seen that clip from Oprah, but Oprah had said years ago, she wakes up every morning and she says, I don't know what my calling is, but use me. That is how I wake up every morning now. I don't know where I'm going. I don't know what this journey is. I can't drive a stick, but I'm gonna get there. Okay, right? I want us thinking about where are we going and what is that experience that we're having. Are we engaged in spiritual practices that are fulfilling? For me, a spiritual practice is riding my Peloton, going for a run, taking a walk with my partner. These are all things that help me feel better about the life that I have. Sometimes listening to a song that makes me feel something, right? And connecting with that song and saying, what's the deeper meaning in that? You Won't Break My Soul, I've been listening to that all week. People may try to crack it, but you ain't gonna break it, right? What makes you feel whole? That is the thing that I don't think we talk enough about when we're talking about self-care. What makes you feel like a whole person? For me, what makes me feel like a whole person is standing here. Is being able to engage other people around the things that people didn't give me when I was 15 and 16 and felt like I didn't have a purpose in this life. This makes me feel whole. I want you all to kind of find that in your life too. So this emotional self-care, right? This allows us to have conversations about how we process the things that we're feeling, because the person who was singing here, Kayla, they were talking about that human connection. What are you processing as a human connection? A human experience that you're having. A lot of the stuff that I see and a lot of the conversations I have with people, they make me feel a way. But I always like to tell people, John, why are you always so angry? I am human. I have a right to respond because my emotions are responding. This is how I feel. I always lead conversations, especially if I'm uncomfortable, I always lead with, this is how I feel, and you ain't gonna change it. That is a part of my self-care. Do you have healthy ways to process your emotions? A healthy way for me is kind of dashing through Krispy Kreme. May not be the healthiest for some other people, but sometimes it's healthy for me. But there are other healthy ways that I have conversations. I see a therapist. I talk to my mom. Me and my mom are very close. And I tell her everything that's going on around me, right? That is a part of how I process the way I see the world. Are you giving yourself agency to recharge? This is something that my therapist gave me. She said, I remember one time I was having a conversation with her, and she stopped me mid-conversation, and she said, you're always on. You always come in these conversations with your boxing gloves on. When do you ever take them off? And I just was like, phew. $50 well spent, right? I needed a moment to recharge, and that's what a lot of the conversations I had did for me. What is that thing that makes you happy to be alive? I think for me, what makes me happy to be alive is when people stop me and say, hey, I saw that tweet, or I saw this something that you did, thank you. I had a woman stop me, I was at a conference, and a woman stopped me and said that her son, who was trans non-binary, they were transitioning, was very happy that they were able to see someone like myself. That gave me purpose. I said, I see what you're doing, God. Self-care is not selfish. That is something I want you all to get out of today, because we are made to feel selfish when we say, I don't have the energy to go into work today. I don't have the energy to have this conversation. When people text you, or I text my friends and I say, do you have the capacity to have this conversation? I'm very intentional about that. I want you all to be very intentional about your thoughts as well around that. You cannot serve from an empty vessel. A lot of us are running on E, period. And you have every right to. But the reality is what are you doing to fill that vessel back? So some reminders that I want to give folks before we take some questions. You are doing the best you can with what you have. You are worthy of self-love and self-care. Your boundaries are important. I am huge on boundaries now, especially since I feel like my world is starting to expand a little bit. People think they know me because they follow me. No, girl. You don't know me. That's a boundary that I like to keep. Your feelings are valid. People love to gaslight. We live in a world full of gaslighting. And if I feel a way and someone says, that's not how you feel, nah, girl, we're not gonna play that game today. I own the way that I feel. But lastly, it is okay to heal. And I'm not saying I don't have work to do or continued work to do, but what you see in front of you today is someone who is doing the work to heal. And that is what I want for everybody in this room today, outside of self-care. Your self-care is that meaningful moment to heal. So with that being said, I genuinely wanted to take this moment. I know the clock is running and we still have questions and things out there. I genuinely want to say, I do not take this for granted. I don't take this work for granted. I don't take for granted that you all are here today listening to my big body and big hair talk. But I appreciate you and the work that you are doing because there are so many people who are looking up to you as well as myself. And so with that, I just like to say thank you to everybody who put this together. Thank you for everyone for listening. And I am really excited to take questions or thoughts or anything that you all have. But I hope that this resonates with you as this whole entire experience resonated for me. So thank you. Questions, thoughts? Don't throw a tomato.
Me.
Please. Go ahead.
It's not a question. It's just want to say thank you so much for reinforcing that I am in the right place.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. My priority is always take care of others. They call me Mama Luz, and I'm very honored to be here. Thank you so much for reinforcing that to me.
Yeah, thank you. I feel that. I feel that. Thank you. Watching this clock run.
Hi.
Hi.
So I'm a director of a shelter, and I have staff who report to me and staff who report to them. And I really talk about self-care a lot. I try to encourage self-care. It's probably a conversation that comes up with every meeting. How would you advise to meet people when the conversation gets stuck? You're like, how are you doing in your self-care? What can we do? How can you be intentional? And it's always like, I don't have time, or like you feel like you're not able to influence self-care and you're watching the consequences of that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think what I hear you asking is, how do you enforce, and I hate that word, but enforce, or how do you push someone to take care of themselves in work that can be heavy? I think saying it just like that is a big start, right? Helping them understand that the work that they are doing is heavy. The work that they are doing is essential. And if they are not well in doing that work, thank you, it's not going to help them get across or get done what they need to get done. I think it's important. So, name drop. Francesca Ramsey is a good friend of mine. And I remember when I first started doing this and I was traveling and I was speaking and I was doing all of this work, I was like, I got to get this work done. And she pulled me to the side, or she called me and she said, you know what? You need to slow down, because if you are not well, this work is not going to get done. And it took me a moment to understand what she was doing. It was an intentional moment from two friends that were saying, I understand the work needs to get done, but if you are not in the work, then who's going to do it? So I think it's important for folks to understand that. I'm going to say it this way. I think it's important for us to understand the ways that white supremacy works, and that's a big part of it, right? If I can keep you busy and keep you going and tire you out, the system lives. So you need to help these people understand what the system is. I think that's again, I'm not trying to tell you how to do your job, because I'm not you now. But I'm telling you, right, it's important to help folks understand how these systems are working. And I think that's going to be essential in helping your folks grow.
I'd love to hear some advice for parents who are trying to engage in self-care, and parents of multiple children, single child. It's just a stressful environment in general, but wondering how you would approach parents in that space.
Yeah. It's interesting because so my mom was a single parent. She raised me and my brother. And I can recall moments as a kid when I remember my mom and going in her room and like trying to hide from us, or eating a candy bar and be like, it's just for me, and me not understanding that as a 7, 8-year-old kid. I think boundaries are gonna be the biggest conversation, right? And having real conversation. I don't know if any of you follow the Supernova Mom, but the work that she's doing around parenting and creating boundaries and having real conversations with your kids, even me, I don't want children, but I'm learning a lot from following her. About boundaries even with my nephew, right? My nephew comes over, he likes, Uncle John, can I have your phone? No, because I have to go to a meeting. John, can I play it? Nope. Helping him understand what it is, right? What these boundaries look like. My nephew is 5, but he gets it. And I think we talk to kids like they don't, having real conversations with them about what it means to feel well. If you want mommy to be well in this moment, you'll give me 5 minutes. Because if I'm not good, then you're not good, right? So I think having those conversations, I see my brother and my sister-in-law do it all the time. And that's the advice that I have. Follow the parents and the people on the socials who are doing the work about intentional parenting, and I think that's the word that I'm hearing. So 2 minutes. One more question, and then I'll scurry away.
Hello.
Hi.
Clementine, a teacher as a preschool teacher. I want to thank you.
Thank you.
For reminding me that self-care is not selfish. And thank you for enforcing me give me courage of listening to my mind more than listening to people or think about what will people say, how does it look like? So I feel like listening more to my mind than listening to people.
Yes, thank you. I'm gonna say this real quick. Yes, a big thing on courage. So a big part of me, I get asked this question all the time. Dr. Higgins, how do you show up as your authentic self all the time, even when you're afraid? Audre Lorde and Zia Neale Hurston said this, that even when you don't speak, you're afraid, so you might as well speak. I always like to say, I speak truth to power because I recognize that I don't have the luxury to be afraid. I don't have the luxury to be scared. I don't have the luxury. I walk out every day. I'm everything that the world hates. And so I have to show up and say, this is who I am and all that I am. And I'm encouraging everybody to do that. Because again, if you are not well, you ain't gonna be well. With that being said, I gotta go. Thank you, everybody. Have a great day.
Thank you, Dr. JonPaul. All right, I need to say a couple of things to you, though. All right, now, I wish I would try to say to my mother, not today, mama. Self-preservation is like top of my to-do list, and that would be jeopardizing that, so that is not gonna work for me. And before we moved out here, we lived in Winston-Salem, North Carolina, which is the headquarters of Krispy Kreme. And my 2 doors neighbor down was the corporate nutritionist for Krispy Kreme. I know, right? I was like, what the hell do you do? I could do that job. Like, oh no, needs more sugar. Add more lard, not enough calories. I was like, what does a corporate nutritionist for Krispy Kreme do? That had to be a sweet gig. That's all I know. So thank you so much. And Dr. JonPaul has a birthday this week. Anybody else with a birthday between now and Friday? All right, so we're gonna sing happy birthday, all y'all. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear friends. Happy birthday to you. And then I think Kayla had to leave, but I wanted to say, listening to her reminded me about 10, 12 years back when this trend started where if you were speaking somewhere, they'd ask you, like, what's your favorite song, or what song do you want to be introduced to? And so I remember 10 or 12 years ago, when the first time that happened with me, I asked my family. So my daughter, who was at the time probably 12 and was really getting into country music, said, oh, Mom, you should have them play Shania Twain's Feel Like a Woman. I was like, oh, that's a good one. And then my son, who was probably 9 at the time, and was then and still is into the crooners. He loves Frank Sinatra and Bing Crosby and Nat King Cole and that crowd. He says, oh, Mama, you should have him play Frank Sinatra's I Did It My Way. I was like, oh, okay. So then my husband says, well, you didn't ask me. And I was like, right. He said, well, I have the perfect one. He said, they should play Elton John's The Bitch Is Back. And I said, I hope you and your next wife will be very happy together. All right, so now we want to move on. I want to introduce our next speaker, Feminista Jones. Feminista is a Philadelphia-based feminist writer, public speaker, community activist, and social worker. She's an award-winning writer and the author of the critically acclaimed Reclaiming Our Space: How Black Feminists Are Changing the World from the Tweets to the Streets. And she's got a book deal, so talk to her about hooking you up with her publisher. Her work centers around queer identity, critical race theory, intersectionality, mental health, and social work. She also teaches a course on African American queer experience at Temple. And I also understand she's one of the top influencers in all of social media. So I'm scared of her already. So Feminista, if you will join us. If you have questions, go ahead and start writing those down and we'll collect those at the end.
Thank you so much. Y'all can hear me? I'm gonna take this mask off. Is that okay? Ooh, child, okay. I don't know how I go after that. I'm so happy to be in the same space with you. I've followed your work forever, and these kind of things bring folks together. I just tweeted a video of you, just go check it out. That's awesome. You don't need no book deal. These capitalists. Sorry, I can't cuss in here, right? Okay. How y'all doing? All right. So, you know how people like to whitewash Dr. King and make him fit in their little white pockets, and they want to act like he wasn't radical? I'm one of those people that I like to remind people that Dr. Martin Luther the King was indeed a radical person. And one of the things that he said that I think is relevant for today is we as a nation must undergo a radical revolution of values. We must rapidly begin the shift from a thing-oriented society to a person-oriented society, when machines and computers, profit motives, and property rights are considered more important than people. The giant triplets of racism, extreme materialism, and militarism are incapable of being conquered. I mean, he had dreams, but he also had some real-ass tangible goals, right? You know, they try to keep it to dreams. Why? Because dreams are figments of our imagination, so that's why that narrative exists. They don't want you to feel like it's a real thing that can happen, that freedom is a real thing that can happen. And I like to start with that because where we are right now, in this day, what is it, July 27, 2022? Yo, I don't know how many days we got left, and that's real. And I think we need to start thinking about how the world is becoming something that none of us have ever recognized before, okay? But before I do that, as I do with most of my conversations, or I try to do with all of them, is I want to honor, oh, sorry. Oh, this is good. It's low? Hello? Oh. You want me to take this off? All right. Shout out to the techies. I was a techie in high school. We wore all black. That's why I wanted to be a techie. Got to wear all black, exist in the shadows. Then they wanted me to sing, and I had to be on stage. All right, so I want to think about the fact that we are on stolen and occupied land, and I want to think about the Apache and the Cheyenne and the Arapaho and the Navajo and all the people that were here first, before the European colonizers decided that they were, hey, there's some space there, let's go take it. Like, nah, this is occupied land. And we are able to come together and convene because of the atrocities that happened with those nations of people. I also want to think of everyone that was enslaved in this land. A lot of people don't think about Colorado as being a place where African people were enslaved, but they were. And people became free, and they were emancipated, but there were people that lived enslaved on this land. So I'd like to think about them and their ancestral spirits and everything that we can learn from their fortitude and from the sacrifices that they all made with their lives, so that we can all be here to continue to try to fight for freedom. So I think that's important. So I kind of want to see who's in the room, kind of see who's with me. Anybody here identify as a woman? I know it's the ghetto these days. I don't like it either, but you still identify as a woman? You see how they treat women, right? Like, I don't want to be that. Yeah, y'all my people. Anybody here identify as part of the African diaspora, Black, African American? Yeah, that's my people. Ain't that many of you. It's all right, it's Colorado. But y'all here in the altitude, you with me? All right, anybody here identify as LGBTQ? If you're not out, that's okay in your mind. You know, we here, we all solidarity. Y'all all my peoples. Anybody here identify as disabled? Yeah, y'all my peoples too, okay. Who? Well, shout out to Philadelphia. When I said disabled, he said Philadelphia. I don't know what's happening with that. But here's the next one I was gonna say, who grew up poor, but shout out to Philly. No. How many of y'all grew up poor, right? Okay, y'all my people, we got connections. And the reason I like to do that is because sometimes we come to these conferences and we don't know who's in the room, and we don't know the things that bring us together, and we kind of get stuck on the outside. You know, we look different, we have different races, we work in different jobs or whatever. But when you really start to think about it, I just named like 5 things that are all who I am. And I've identified 5 communities that I could connect with and try to do some liberation work and building with. And I think that that's important to do that. So if you happen to look around and see who your people are, more and more when you come to these conferences, I want y'all to start asking and figuring out who's my people outside of the people that I've been told are my people, right? That's where the community building begins. Another thing I like to do is I like to ask people how they are feeling. And a lot of times, because we are in America, you say, I'm good, I'm fine, I'm okay. You know how I realized that was like such a uniquely American thing? When I started traveling and they were like, well, listen, my mom's behind on rent and, you know, I got this bunion and I haven't eaten since yesterday. I'm like, wow, I did ask how you were doing. I was not ready for that. And we tend to not want to get into the reality. How many people are feeling optimistic right now? Yeah? How many people are feeling exhausted? Right? How many people got corns? Yeah? You're right. How many of us are feeling dread? A little bit? It's okay, because we doom scroll, and this 24/7 news cycle offers no alleviation to the fact that we are in doom. What the hell is going on? Okay, I'm back. I'm back. Okay. You know, we just got outside. Beyonce said you got to be outside, and now the monkeypox said you got to be back inside. And I don't know which way to go. Am I wearing a skirt? Am I covering my legs full up in the mask or no mask? And what am I doing? Am I flying? Am I staying home? Like, there's a lot of confusion. We just got back outside. Monkeypox is not an STI, by the way, and it's not a gay disease. I'm kind of sick of that. But we're not talking about monkeypox today. We're talking about confronting racial bias and kind of challenging ourselves to engage in really honest discourse about like how we are going to commit to make the tangible, sustainable change in our organizations, in our communities, and working with the people that we serve. I like to tell people how I got here, because a lot of people don't necessarily know my story, okay? So when I asked if people grew up poor, I was born into poverty. I lived in the projects, as we called it in New York, the projects. Anybody ever lived in a housing development projects? Listen, you are made of good stuff. Because if you can survive the projects, you can survive the zombie apocalypse. And I was born into that. Okay, my parents were not together. Shout out to those who came from those lovely 2-family homes. My dad had a gambling problem. And my father, you know, grew up, because my mother was light-skinned, and he just liked all the light-skinned girls. And that's what happened. I'm always honest about this. Because my dad and my mom weren't even dating. They used to get high together. And one night in July 1978, some things happened, and there I was. Little did he know that he would have a son being born 3 months after that. We didn't find that out until 2013. Shout out to black families. Shout out to black families. We got evicted. We relied on food stamps. We had housing subsidy. My mama used to trade, food stamps, $60 for $40 cash. Some of you may know about that, okay? Because you can't buy detergent with food stamps, but you could get a little exchange. I don't know what the rate is right now, but that's what I grew up with. And when my parents kind of split up, because our families tried to make them do that, it was still a little bit of respectability politics. They were like, nah, we don't want to do this. My mom was gay as hell. Biggest butch lesbian I ever met in my life. She didn't want that. That was not her life. And so they split up, and we ended up homeless. A lot of people don't know I've been homeless. Twice. in my life, twice. And there's an experience you have being homeless as a child that absolutely changes everything about you. Because I think most of us that have experienced that ends up growing up and saying, we don't want nobody else to have to go through this. And that's why my whole career as a social worker was in the housing and homelessness sector, really fighting against anyone having to be without a house unless they chose to, right? Some people just don't want to live in housing, and I'll talk about that a little bit later. That is what made me who I am. I started reading at age 3, thanks to my mama, who only had, barely had an associate's degree, but she made sure that I learned how to read. So by age 3, I was reading. By age 6, I wrote my first story. It was age 40 when I got my first best-selling book. But, Maya Angelou didn't publish till she was 40 either. I was one of those kids they put in the talented and gifted section of things, which meant they took the little colored kids and popped them out of the classrooms, took them to the museum a few extra times than the other kids. And that was supposed to be some extra stimulation for these talented and gifted kids. I found it all quite boring, and I would let my teachers know. So that led to me getting a lot of bad remarks for my behavior. But we also know that Black girls are suspended and expelled from schools more than any other group, and that was happening back then too. You see, what happens to small Black children when they go into classrooms and they have white female teachers at the front? For many, that is their first instance of trauma. Because you've got a woman up there that has been taught that you are nothing but a little badass who isn't gonna learn anything, and you get treated accordingly. Now, lucky for me, I had a mama that did not play, so she would show up at that school, but she showed up so many times that she said, I have to take you out of this. My mother barely had 2 pennies to rub together, but somehow she managed to get me into a private school in Manhattan. And from there, I went to the #2 boarding school in the country. And from there, I went to an Ivy League institution, which I would later return to. See, they don't make homeless to Ivy League stories about the Black kids, right? And I did all that not to flex, because I don't give a shit about none of that, but to say that I've had this expanse of experiences, all of which are valid and make me an expert to be here today. The letters behind my name don't matter as much without the context of having lived these things. And that's why I'm standing in front of you to talk about what happens in these organizations that harms people like me, both as a recipient of care and services and also as somebody working to be a provider. I retired from social work in 2018 for a number of reasons, but one, I could not deal with the racism of the profession. Social work is one of the most racist professions to ever exist. And I say that without quiver or qualm. And if you understand how social work was created, then you understand it was to clean up the mess in society so that the people of polite society would not have to look at homeless people on the street. They would not have to risk being robbed by people that were hungry. So they created this program, this approach. How do we clean them up? How do we fix them up so that they don't hurt us anymore? It was not about necessarily helping people, although it has changed over time. And many of you are doing social work and social service work, and you do care. I'm not talking about you. But I'm saying we have to understand the history of this thing that we are doing. If we are talking about confronting racism and bias in healthcare and community care and things like that, know where it started, right? And I understand that, and that's why I go around and I talk to people. Every time I talk to them, I talk to the folks that have doctorates in social work and stuff like that. I'm like, when's the last time you actually talked to somebody who y'all call a client? Not a person, a client, a case. And it's like, back about 10 years ago. Oh, 10 years ago, you actually talked to a darkie. Nice. What have you done since then? And people don't like to necessarily hear that, but I've sat in enough rooms with people talking about those people, and we gotta help those people, and I'm like, do you mean people like me? Just because I'm sitting here with you and having the conversation on how we can make things better doesn't mean that I was not also one of those people and could be at any time. And so much of that is related to the maintenance of white supremacy in nearly everything that we do. So that's what I'm gonna talk about today. Is that okay? How long I've been going? They said I got 37 more minutes. Okay, let me scroll through then, because you know, I got a teenager. He's gonna be 16. He about 6'3", 240 pounds. I gotta feed him. I knew I couldn't keep being a social worker. I wasn't gonna make enough money to do that. You know. But no, I think about that because, you know, kind of poverty is trauma, right? So kind of coming from this space of, you know, I went without these things, I don't ever want my kid to, so kind of overcompensating and just trying to make sure that he never, ever, ever has to know what it's like when the lights go off. And he doesn't know, you know, the lights went out one time, I was like, oh my God, did I pay the bill? And it wasn't me, it was just the breaker, but I was scared because I never wanted my son to have to experience trying to find a candle or something like that. And it all kind of came back to me. So I find that I overwork and I push myself. And I'm always traveling. I'm always trying to do whatever things so that my son never misses a meal. And goddamn it, he has never missed a meal. All you got to do is look at him. $100 a week on juice. Speaking of which, they just ended the federal funding for school lunches, and we got a notice that now he's got to pay $4 a day for lunch. Thankfully, I can afford that, but he said to me, Mommy, I got a friend I know is not going to be able to do that. What's he going to do? And he says, Mommy, can I take extra lunch to school? Absolutely, because you know Mama cooks. So, but the fact that my 16-year-old is aware of these problems with these programs, that he's like, I got to do my part. I got to bring extra lunch for this kid that I know is not going to be able to afford it. Why should our children have to deal with that? Why should any child have to think about that? Because within the school systems, there is no consideration for the humanity of poor children. And part of that is because we associate poverty as a moral failing or a personal failing, and we associate it with Black people. So the poor whites that exist in this country are casualties. Because white supremacy says if you white, you should be able to get out of this. All we gotta do is give you a shower and clean you up and you're gonna be all right. Why are you poor and struggling like them? That's beneath you. So when we look at these policies that are affected, you know, that are affecting poor people and stuff like that, we have to think about how they are connected to white supremacy and this idea that white people are supposed to be better than this. So if you are struggling, you deserve it. You're probably an end lover anyway. Go. And a lot of you are going to you're working in those communities with those people who have been discarded by their government because they're not doing enough to maintain white supremacy. The idea that white is right and that everything should be compared to that standard is something that we live by. And it is one of the most destructive ideas ever. When you think about it, how many of you are like go out into communities and are like doing outreach kind of work and really actually like talking with people on a regular basis? Don't think about COVID, I know it's got whatever. There's a few of you that are doing that, right? So when you're going out into these communities, you're thinking about what ideas do I already have about these folks? When you're setting up programs in communities, what are you already thinking about these people before you even talk to them, before you even get to know them? We tend to think we know what's best for people, right? Based on what standard? White supremacy standards. You're supposed to look this way, be this weight, dress this way. Your grooming and hygiene are supposed to be like this. If they're not, something's wrong. You're supposed to want to live in a nice apartment. If you don't, something's wrong. You're supposed to want to take this food that's being offered to you. If you don't, something is wrong with you. There are so many ways that we go about giving care that show that we actually don't really care for the people that we are working because we didn't bother to ask them what they need, okay? And it's not like any of us can be blamed or celebrated for the conditions into which we were born. How many people were able to predict what family they was going to be born into, right? I didn't have nothing to do with being born in the poverty and being raised in the projects, no more than somebody had the privilege of being born, I guess we call it a privilege, being born into, you know, an upper middle class family and never having to worry about where your next meal is going to come from. So why is it that we speak down about the people that were born into poverty as though it's some kind of failing, and we celebrate the people born into privilege as though they are self-made. We want to say this is a self-made. Who taught you how to read? No, seriously, you can't be self-made anything if somebody else taught you how to read. You got help somewhere, and yet we celebrate people just for being born into these fortunate circumstances. Why do we do that? Again, we are measuring people against this standard that is established, right? I've been going into speaking with different companies and organizations. So my master's degree is in social work, but its focus is on organizational leadership and management. And the reason I wanted to do that is because I realized that social work was very brown and black at the bottom and very white at the top. And the people who were at the top were the ones that were making the decisions about programming and things like that. And that would trickle down to the rest of the people to just go out there and do what these people said. But there were a lot of JDs, MBAs, folks who, you know, were more business oriented to run organizations. I was like, well, where are the black and brown people sitting at the top making decisions for the folks that are actually being affected? And there weren't many. And so I said I wanted to go more into administration than into clinical. And one thing that stood out to me, and this is going to resonate with some of you, who knows about those backpack programs where they put food in people's backpacks and send them with them on the weekend to take home to feed their families? Y'all heard of that? Y'all do that out here? Let me tell you why they hate it, why it's not a good idea, okay? Number one, a lot of kids get robbed on the way home because people know that they have that food in those bags. So instead of asking communities and asking children, do you feel safe carrying a book bag full of food home through these trenches that you live in, people were just like, no, that'll work for them. That'll work for them. You got 7-year-olds carrying bags that are almost as heavy as they are, right? Number two, you're making children responsible for feeding their families, and that's the government's job. Why are children responsible for feeding their families? It is the government's job, okay? 3, what they were putting in the book bags were not culturally conscious foods, okay? I bring that as an example. Again, white supremacy. Y'all gonna eat these apples and this kale and these granola bars. And mama like, they ain't putting no chicken in there. Ain't no Lowry's, a little oxtail or something, no? Okay, I guess we gonna make these granola bars work for the weekend, all 7 of us. The trauma of young people feeling like it is my responsibility, and also the stigma, having them line up on Fridays to go get this bag. So now everybody, ha, your family's poor, you can't afford to eat. Because they don't know that 42 million families don't have 3 meals a day in this country, right? All they see is the poor kid, who then becomes subjected to bullying because these children don't necessarily know any better. They don't have the empathy. I point out that particular program. If you have to be a part of it, maybe you can rethink about it. But there's so many that are like that that did not go into the communities to ask them, what do you want? Okay? But let me give you 5 quick things, quick, because then we're going to do our little talk or whatever. I could sit up here and talk all day about this, trust me, because I done seen some stuff. There's 5 things I think that you all, because I know you want tangible stuff, you want tangible solutions. 5 things that I think you can do within your organizations and within yourselves to confront a lot of this racial bias. And I often link race and class because in this country they're almost inextricably linked, right? So we can go back and forth about that. The first thing we have to do is take a deep dive into understanding how racism permeates nearly every aspect of our lives. And it's hard to think about the insidious nature of racism because you become overwhelmed and you're like, well, damn, if it's everywhere, are we ever going to get rid of it? Are we ever going to overcome it? It's okay if you think that we won't. That's a very real feeling to have, especially if you're someone who has dealt with it your entire life. But we show up day after day because something deep down inside of us believes that we can fight it and that we can dismantle racism and that we can eradicate it from all these corners of our lives. But we have to think about this. I teach another class called The History and Significance of Race in America, and one of the first things I do is teach my students how race was manufactured. It was created and developed to uphold the supremacy of white men, to the point where they developed philosophies and theories and ideas that they put into their textbooks, that they would go and teach their students and perpetuate this. They would write it into law. They would other people intentionally. I'm like, you have to see how this was created. This is not something that has always existed. It was intentionally created. And so when that happens, and people are learning it generation after generation, it almost becomes what? Normal. And it gets woven into everything to the point we don't even recognize it. So I'm saying the first thing you gotta do is really do a deep dive into understanding how racism permeates nearly every aspect of our lives. Okay? When we talk about the institutionalization of racism, because that is also what is happening, we're talking about, providing health care. What are they learning in medical schools, y'all? Still to this day, they're learning racist and sexist things about people. And they're going out. How do we know this? Because we know that they believe that black people have a higher tolerance for pain, and we know that they believe that women have a higher tolerance for pain. So when we show up and we see that black women are dying while they're giving birth or when they're going to the hospital, you ask, why is that happening? Because they're still teaching this, and people still believe this. And rather than catching issues early on when someone reports pain, they're dismissed to the point that now you're at the point where this person is about to die, and it's like, oh, why didn't you tell us? I told you I had pain. You did not believe me. That is a crisis that we are dealing with, all because of the white supremacy and the institutionalization of racism. We also have to think about how studies have been done. How many of you are relying on data and information based on studies and trials that included no black people? How does that work for you? How do you wake up and be like, well, it's such and such in 1997, they did this study and they found that blah, 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 so this works here, but there was no black people in that study. You work with mostly black people. How? Medicinal trials. My partner's a neuroscientist, and I actually founded a school, I don't know if you know that, but he's teaching a course at my school on why more black people need to participate in medical trials, but also understanding why we don't. Debunking the myths of things like Tuskegee and things like that. Because medical racism is a very real thing. Black people were catching COVID and dying at disproportionate rates. Why? Because they're afraid of the healthcare system. They do not trust it. And yet we point the fingers at them, call them ignorant, call them stupid. Oh, y'all don't want to get this, y'all stupid, y'all deserve to have it. No. Centuries of a system that has abused their bodies, abused their minds, and now they're expected to trust them. I got vaccinated, but I also have had a different life experience than many of my people, and that's not right either. Right? So we think about these things. Really confront that what are you teaching in your organizations? When you're running programs and you're working with people and you're educating them about health and healthcare-related things, make sure you're checking the language that you're using. Make sure you're using culturally fluent, not competent. Competent is a C+. Proficient is an A-. Cultural fluency is what we should be going for. Make sure that when you're telling people about COVID or about monkeypox, that you're not falling into stigmatizing people and making them feel like they've somehow failed just by existing outside of a white body, okay? All right, I know I got 3 more, okay. Oh, individual and organizational assessment. So that's what I do as a consultant. I come to your organization and I help you do an audit to figure out where and when you completely effed up. Because you done had 8 racist complaints, 9 sexual harassment complaints. I got a minute, she said. Oh, I gotta go. All right. Well, I'm coming. Give me like 2 more. Give me 2 more. But I'm just saying, you all kind of have to audit that. So you'll create your mission and your values, but you won't revisit them for 10 years. Okay? You'll create your organizational chart, but you won't revisit it and realize that it's not really serving the needs of what you need to do. You'll do the handbook and the guidebook and all of that stuff, but you're not revisiting it to see if it needs to be updated with the language. Does your mission and values have an anti-racist statement? Or you just kind of, if it goes in there somewhere, it goes in there. All right, and the last thing I'm gonna say, she said, I got a minute, I'm gonna take 2 because I'm black. reparations. So the last thing that you got to do, as a matter of fact, give me 3. Sister Karen, is that all right if I could take 3 more? Okay, thank you. So the last thing that I really want to stress, and I think this is probably the most important thing, and I'll just put this down right here because I grew up in church, right? The last thing you have to think about is, and I touched on it earlier, but community-informed care. That is the cornerstone of everything that you do. How familiar are you with the communities that you are serving? Not just demographically, you have the percentages and you know the poverty rate and the homeless rate and the unemployment rate, you know all those things. But what do they do on Sunday afternoons? Where does everybody hang out on Friday nights? Who's got the best barbecue in the neighborhood? Okay? What are some of their spiritual practices? What are their faiths if they have them? What's the major employer? Okay? These are the kinds of things that you need to know, and the only way you know that is to immerse yourself in the communities. We can't just drop in and pull out. We can't just drop in from 9 to 5 and then go back home and then come back the next day. There has to be more engagement and connection between us and the people that we are working with, particularly if these are disenfranchised people and marginalized people who have gone ignored for centuries. Understand that you are doing work to combat centuries of trauma and oppression and harm. That is not going to happen overnight, and sometimes we look for that quick win, so we go for the low-hanging fruit. Well, I was able to get someone, they got meals set up for the next week. I feel good about it. Yeah, you should feel good about that. I also want you to try to figure out why that person doesn't have regular access to food, and then I want you to ask, as you lay in bed at night, why do any of us have to pay for food and water? Okay, I'm done. Thank you. So we are going to have some question and answers. Sister Karen coming up here. We'll sit down back here, she said. Let me bring my water.
If you have questions, there'll be some folks running around picking those up.
Okay.
See if we have any time.
Excellent.
Thank you, thank you,
Thank you.
I love how you are, for real, for real.
I try to be. These fancy degrees don't mean nothing. I'm from the Bronx. What's up? Nah.
So let me ask you this. So how are you feeling?
You know what? I feel like for the last 5 years, I've been predicting this moment very publicly, and people have been saying that I'm crazy or I don't know what I'm talking about. And I've just been kind of, as they like to say on CNN, reading the tea leaves or what have you. I kind of knew this was coming. And so there's a part of me that's like, I'm glad that I started preparing for myself and my family, but also I'm so terrified of what I believe is to come. We are facing crises that we've never imagined, and I am terrified. And all the caregivers and helpers and things like that, like so many of us are feeling like, what are we gonna do? Can't feed everybody. We could barely do it before. The housing situation, why is it $4,100 to rent an apartment anywhere? Scared, feeling scared. Scared of what is gonna happen. The president just poured all this money into military and police because they know the people are about to react. You push people against the wall, they're hungry enough, they're gonna start reacting. A colleague of mine said he came home and saw little kids stealing people's DoorDash deliveries in front of them, and he said, what do I do about that? They're hungry. So instead of working to fix those issues, we're putting more money into the policing to arrest the people for that. I'm in that space. It's hard.
I really resonated with you talking about your son and the weight some of our young people are carrying. I have a 20-year-old son who struggles with anxiety, depression, PTSD, and he too, is fragile. So what can we do with and for our young folks?
I think, I'm getting a PhD in Africology, and it's a very Afrocentric perspective, and what we've been talking a lot about lately is the importance of community. European individualism has been incredibly harmful for people. Western individualism, this idea that it's all about me, I gotta take care of me, my immediate family, and that's it. No other culture is like that. Everybody, for as long as we've existed, have relied on community. We have to get back to that. And I am really focused on making sure that I am creating community that my son can rely on in case something happens to me or, you know, what have you, that I'm not the only person he's relying on. We're gonna have to think differently about how we parent, about how we treat each other, how we develop friendships, how we get into intimate partnerships, all these kinds of things we're gonna have to rethink because community is gonna be the core that is gonna help us survive everything that is to come. Okay, we're not gonna be able to be individuals when a dozen eggs cost $15. All right, we're gonna have to come together as community. And so I think that if we start practicing some of those communal values and teaching our young people that they are not alone, because a lot of they said that this generation, Gen Z, is like the most isolated generation ever. A lot of them feel like they're alone. They're experiencing extreme suicidal ideation in ways we have never seen before. How can we make sure that our young people are feeling like they're not alone by helping them foster community? And that may mean putting the video games down, putting the phones down, maybe as parents, if we're able, kind of hosting more gatherings of our young people, bringing them together, that kind of thing, getting to know the parents of your children's friends. I have had parents drop their kid off to hang out with my kid, and I'm like, well, hi. Like, you just trust me, okay. Now, I don't trust you. I live in a mostly white neighborhood. I love y'all white people, but I want to know where my son is going to be, if he's going to be the only black kid there, you know what I mean? But we have to have that community, make sure they know they're not alone, continue to support them, get them the help that they need, right? If they need therapy, if they need support, if they need treatments outside of what we can provide as parents, we can't have too much pride and be like, well, my kid doesn't need that. Yeah, they do. And they're probably gonna talk about you a lot. And that's okay. Because you love them enough to get them that help. So that's what I do with my kid.
Yeah, my son, the same. I want to know. Not as much now that he's 20, but certainly when he was growing up. And I remember once, you know, my rule is if I'm paying for your phone, I can access it on demand, right? So I had his phone, I was scrolling through his text, and he had a text from one of his friends. It's like, ask your mom if you can go to the movies. And when we get there, my brother will come pick us up and take us to a party. So I scrolled down, and my son's reply was, you may not be scared of your mama, but I am, and she will kill me.
Yep.
So I was like, okay, yes for me, but it was like you can't do all the things your little friends do, partly because you're black and partly because you're my son.
Right.
But it's some of that kind of connection and back to something. One of our speakers this morning, Shirley Romero Otero, was focusing on this morning was the importance of teaching ourselves and particularly our children the history. How things came to be, how they are. We know what happens when you do that, but what happens when you don't?
So we see what happens when they don't, right? Because they're trying to get rid of all the history out of the schools. They don't want the young people to learn how this nation came to be, right? Because these young people, I got to give it to them. They are righteous. They are ready. They're like, no, you will call me this. No, you will not harm that person. No, we are going out as a group. We are supporting each other. These kids are very, very conscious and aware, and there's a fear that consciousness and that awareness will lead to an uprising, which I hope it do. Come on, young people. I hope it does. I'm teaching a youth program now. I teach youth in social justice activism, and I tell them every class, it's going to be on y'all, but they're afraid of that, right? And so I'm like, well, you have to start the history. So I teach them about the Soweto uprising, Tiananmen Square, and these other things that young people have, done. And they're like, wow, I didn't know about this. I said, I'm teaching you this so that you're inspired and you know that there have been other people your age that have tried to change their society and their systems. And you are part of that as well. And don't feel like you're alone. And they're so like wide-eyed now. They're like, well, I want to deal with this. I have my one Chinese student said, I don't like the way that Asians were treated during COVID. I want to do something. Boom, go do it. Because we have to support them. They are already aware of what's going on. Let's give them some of the history. Let's give them some of the background so that they know what has already been tried and hasn't been as successful, but what has been tried and true, and then they can build on that and go from there. Oh, look, we got questions here.
Oh, she's bringing me some questions, thank you. When you talked about the backpack program, the vegan backpack program, it highlighted something I talk about a lot about, which is harm is caused both intentionally and unintentionally. And that's an example of very well-meaning people causing unintentional harm. And it's that space that seems like it's the most ripe for the quickest change.
Yeah.
How do we help people understand?
Yeah, and I think it's the lack of the connection, right? So I keep stressing that we have to connect with the communities. So there's what happens is we kind of sit outside, we say, okay, this particular community, X number of families are going without food, we need to get food in there, we're gonna do this way. But we're not actually going into the communities and saying, how would you like this food to come to you? How would you like to be able to access this food? And we got to get better at making that connection. Part of it is we have, some folks feel like, I don't want to impose, or I don't know if I can connect. How do I connect? I'm a white guy from Nebraska. This is a black family from Compton. How do I connect? You connect in humanity. Are we not all human beings? And I think sometimes we forget that. We let these other things get in between us, and it makes us fearful of even having conversations to learn more about people. So I'm encouraging people that connection needs to happen, that community connection needs to happen, and your work needs to be informed. You have really good intentions, obviously, you're here, you're doing this work, but if it's not informed by the community needs, you actually may be wasting time and money doing things that are not as effective or as needed, in the communities. So why not redirect your energy and your resources to the things that you know are gonna be tried and true successful?
And I've seen you talk in some of your YouTubes about one way that we silence community is by claiming they're not experts because they don't have a pedigree. So
Yes, so I touched on it earlier, but lived experience is expertise, right? Just for that individual, that is expertise. And we already know that most people will not have access to higher education, so that can't be the determining factor of who makes an expert, right? Yes, a lot of us go and we study and we get these advanced degrees and we go out in the communities, we have practice and things like that. But there is nothing more tried and true and no data that is more perfect than someone's narrative about their lived experience. That's how we fully understand things. And we have to stop getting in this place where we think we know better than somebody because we have an MSW or an MPA or PhD or whatever it is that we doctor so-and-so. And you don't know better than somebody who has been living with this heart disease for the last 10 years and has managed to cook up some kind of concoction that when that heartburn starts or something like that, they know how to fix it. Well, listen to them. Listen to them and don't disregard them, especially, and this is where white supremacy comes in. Allow for people to have alternative ideas on how to heal themselves and heal their own communities that don't follow what you read in the textbook. You see what I'm saying? You could learn more from people who have passed down things for generations than you will in these books, right? The book that y'all know you paid $195 for. And you ain't never used it again, have you? And why don't you use that book? Because you're actually talking to people. And you're like, damn. You put what they say in a book.
And there was some intentionality I saw again in one of your YouTube talks. You talked about, the reason my book is $14.95 and not $29.95, the reason it's paperback and not hardcover is so it can be
accessibility.
accessible.
Like they were asking me, like most people, they come out with a hardcover and then they re-release it in a paperback to try to get more sales and stuff like that. I said, no, we're not doing no hardcover. Well, how am I gonna get somebody to pay $26.95 for a book I know they ain't gonna read for the next year? $14.95 was the cutoff for me. I said, that's it. And paperback, make it accessible. I want the 14-year-old girl to read it. I want the 80-year-old grandma to read it. I want everybody to be accessible. The language in it is I write just like how I talk, honestly, if you read the book. I write like I talk because I want it to be accessible. I want people to understand that Black feminism, for example, has represented an ideology that has been about action and liberation. But if you don't have access to bell hooks and Audre Lorde and Patricia Hill Collins, her book is very dense, or Kimberly Crenshaw, any of these other people, you have to be able to distill this and meet people where they are. I'm a harm reductionist. Any other harm reductionists out in the audience? We meet people where they are. And we now have a country where 54% of Americans can't read beyond a 6th grade level. So we can't just say, hey, go read this book, because it's not going to resonate. So I wanted to write my book and make it more accessible for people. And I'm always intentional about that. My school that I run, nobody gets turned away because they can't pay. I ask white people to give me money. And they do. Thank you.
Let me get to a couple of questions.
Yes, let's get some of the questions.
I won't be able to get to them all, but one essentially is about chosen ongoing ignorance and the organizational ignorance. And the question is, how can we move organizations from repeating Race 101 year after year and instead attaining fluency about issues facing BIPOC people?
I'm not going to get into why I don't use BIPOC today, but for organizations that are working with people that are not white, how do you get past it? You only get past it if you want to. And what I've come to learn going into these organizations is that many of them do not want to because their funders don't want them to, right? So remember when I said that social work is one of the most racist professions? In order for you to do this work, it has to be funded by people. And when people fund things, they want to control it. And so there's a lot of limitations even on applying for grants on what you're allowed to do and what you're allowed to talk about. And sometimes I would ask organizations, why don't you have this in here? Well, our funders say we have to do this. Oh, okay, well, now the funders run this. Okay, got it. Now I see why y'all never gonna get beyond this, right? And so I tell people, you can't just have this once a year annual race and diversity thing. You can't just have it, no, it needs to be like monthly. You need to revisit this monthly. Your diversity committee, how many of y'all have diversity committees at your job and they get together whenever somebody says something is racist and they come together and try to fix it, right? How many of those actually include people that also clean the bathrooms, right? Or is it mostly leadership? Or is it mostly non-white people that are burdened with the task of figuring out the diversity issues? Your diversity committees need to include everybody from top leadership down to the people whose names you don't know because you walk past them every time you go to your little cubicle. Everybody needs to be represented because everyone is affected. And that's how you get past Race 101. You actually start having these real uncomfortable conversations, because that's when you find out that you may be perpetuating some of this racist or classist or sexist behavior. But no one has ever checked you because you've only been in a room with people that are just like you, right? I always challenge organizations to go beyond that and really start pushing, and then stop downloading stuff off the internet and handing it out to people. Get people like me to come in and shake things up. I'm just saying. I have had experiences where the executive director has quit after I worked with them because we found out that that was the main racist person in the whole thing. And it was because of the work I was doing and empowering the staff to speak up that you had example after example after example to where everybody was kind of crying because they all thought they were alone and realized that all of them had been racially harmed by this person. And that person ended up quitting a few weeks later for the betterment of the program, right? I'm good at what I do. I'm just saying. All right.
Last question we have time for. What does community care and community healing look like?
Community care and community healing starts with believing that everyone is a human being, all worthy of the same rights and dignities afforded the usual people that get them, right? So you have to believe that we are all members of a community where we all show up in our different ways. Your contribution to the community is unique and it is valuable and it is super important. And you can't think that, well, I don't necessarily know how to organize a protest or I don't know how to do this or whatever. But what do you know how to do? Because I'm sure we need it. And I'm sure whatever it is that you're able to contribute, when you bring it into the community, we need that. It's kind of like communities are like orchestras. I always use this metaphor. We all play a different instrument. Some of us are going to be conductors. Some of us are writing the sheet music. But we all play in different instruments. And we all do those things very well. So we bring it all together, and that's how we build community and make sure that we are all moving towards the same spot. But when you got somebody trying to play violin, trying to play guitar, trying to play piano at the same time because they feel like there's not enough people doing the work, it sounds like a mess, don't it? Unless you're Stevie Wonder or Prince, because then you could do everything by yourself and it's all good. But we're not all Prince. Rest in peace. We're not all Prince. And so we all have to kind of stay in that lane and show up in the ways that we are great. And that's how we strengthen our communities and bring that together. What does it look like? It looks like not turning people away because they don't make your job easier, okay? When I used to run programs and I had a whole service team working for me, they would love to flock to the ones that were easy. The people that could keep their jobs, the people who paid their rent all the time, the people who remained clean, is so-called clean and sober. What is that language? Sober, and they would stop using drugs or whatever for however long. They always would want to work with them. They would meet with them and things like that. The people who struggled with those things, they would avoid them. And I'm like, well, why are you got to help these people too. And it's understanding that no one should be turned away. Everyone is worthy and deserving of care and love, even the harshest people. If you can't do it yourself, that's fine, but don't leave a person stranded. Refer them to the proper people. Connect them with the right people. That's what community care is. Nobody gets left out there hanging alone, okay?
Thank you, Feminista.
Thank you. So happy to have been here. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it.
We are going to give Feminista a moment or two to kind of collect herself, and then in a moment when we break for lunch, she'll be doing a book signing out this way, out in the lobby somewhere.
Oh, this way, over here.
Oh, over there. Okay, so you can go get your signed copy. I have a slide from this morning I forgot to put up, so if we could put that up because it's might have been the most important slide. And that is to thank the staff from the foundation, our partners, our vendors, people, some of you who've been at advisory committee. Thank you. I'm eternally grateful. We all are eternally grateful. You will see, because it just seems so easy, like it just happens when you show up, and they make it seem really easy to me. But I know what's been going on for the last year behind the scenes, and these are the folks that we have to give them their flowers and say thank you and job well done to them. Thank you. And just one or two, go ahead.
I was just gonna come
One or
over this
two
way.
other housekeeping. We'll break for lunch. The afternoon sessions start promptly at 1:45. There is still a few spaces left in the healing circle this afternoon at 4:15 that Olga's going to be doing. There are lots of other activities after the exchange sessions, and then back here at 6 for the opening reception, and then for those of you who want to, our pop-up town hall at 7. So enjoy your lunch.